with one another. JDG have got 3 really solid divers. That's a massive front line. The issue is that they're diving into quite mobile backline targets. Both Karis and About going to be quite easily able to get away. Tyrion.
Oh my god, this is some devious licks from
stole
Hongyu
it.
as he stole the big chicken. Oh my god, if I'm Tyrion, I'm pissed. And now Junja, he already did a 3-camp clear on the red quadrant. He's gonna go invade. He knows Skarner's only level 2. Kill this bug.
Yeah, we're playing versus with Ashe Seraphine as well. They're going to get prio. They're going to be able to push. So if bot lanes need to move, they will be first to be able to do it. This is looking really, really tricky for Tyrion right now. A true welcome to the LPL experience in his second series out as he's going to find Junjia.
And unfortunately, he realizes that Junja has just stolen his blue buff. Tyrion has red buff on his side, but Vampire is here for the roam. Tyrion tries to ram him into the wall just to be able to flash back to safety. And his bot lane can't really do anything to support him, but Junja is already low enough that he's not going to press further for the Gromp.
And what's so perfect about this as well is that Gala actually got to find a cheater recall.
Oh, beautiful stuff by Hongyu. Sets it up knowing that Karis didn't have level 1 flash. And Junja pays due with his own. That's first blood on the table.
And that comes from Hongyu playing so aggressively at that level 1 marker. We saw him consistently stepping up, looking for those abscond abducts. And those trades from the level 1 mark onwards, using level 2 to go over the wall, steal away some of Tyrion's camps, and then work his way through into a mid lane gank using Junjia as well. This is the perfect play, the perfect start for JDG.
This is very reminiscent of JDG series against Anyone's Legend about a week ago, where Junja was able to get some early information onto his opponent, which was Tarzan, and then just started living in their jungle, constantly putting them on the back foot, denying them camps, which puts even further strain on the rest of the map. And like you said, because Karis already lost Flash and Hongyu was really giving him the business with all this trading, that collapses the mid lane foundation. Now, Arha is trying to pay it back. However, Hongyu, he knows that something is up as soon as he starts counting the minion wave.
Yeah, I think Hongyu there just looking to cause more disruption for Tyrion. Aha, I think, did play that about as best as he could do. No home guards looking there for the minions. Maybe just a quick tab check did enough for Hongyu. But, I mean, again, for JDG, getting this lead early on is going to benefit them greatly. There is composition that wants to be able to dive. If they're diving into the backline without a gold lead, that tends to make their life pretty darn difficult. But finding this lead early on is going to be very beneficial to them as Hongyu once again sniffing around Tyrion's chickens.
Thankfully, Tyrion does have a smite and Junja's on the other side of the map. Whether it's known to him or not, at least he'll be able to secure his chicken drumsticks this time around. However, Junja is now looking for a bite of those wolves. Tyrion's only level 4, Junja's level 5. Nasty knockup and a lot of damage already. Ishtal Impact rams him into the left wall. But Karis can't really drop his lane right now, but nice smite from Tyrion at least secures the big wolf for himself.
I mean, this is, unfortunately for Tyrion, this is not the same showing that we had from him early on. I think if Hongyu lands that, he'd steal the ulti, go for a scoop. That's a really big dodge to have from Karis. But JDG need to keep this snowball rolling, right? I want to see them look to continually punish Tyrion. Let's look to see if we can make the most of the fact that Karis has no flash for a little bit of time still. And start to push these divers further and further ahead. We're not expecting too much from the top side of the map. This is Rumble versus Cassante, and I will say here, Xiaoxiu finding a lead in this matchup. Definitely not what we've come to expect. We've seen Rumbles be able to bully out the Cassante quite frequently. But that being said, Xiaoxiu here doing very well in the individual matchup to keep himself not just sort of on pace, but a little bit ahead as well.
Definitely reminiscent of his early JDG performances back in Split 3 when he first joined the roster. At the time when that team was trying to figure out whether Scout was going to lock in or just continue running it down for the boys, Xiaoxiu was one of the more consistent parts of that team on his Renekton and Cassante, and has bloomed into the very fierce top laner that we now know him here in the LPL. Probably one of the best top laners that we saw in the previous split. The things have kind of quieted down here on the Rift route, so we didn't get a chance to talk about it during the draft phase because we didn't get a chance to really talk during the draft phase before the stream blew up. When we look at both compositions, where do you expect to see strong power spikes and win conditions really come online, and who has to be more aggressive early on? Who wants to bide their time and allow their team to really scale up here?
Yeah, I already touched on for JDG, they're looking to go crazy early on. They're looking for these 2.5 item power spikes and hoping that they can look to play through with that. But I think that as this game gets later, WE do stand a pretty good chance. Their composition itself actually functions really well as a way to absorb engage. They've got Ezreal to hop out of any cataclysms. They've got Azir to shuffle Cassante's back, shuffle and give themselves space. The issue that they're going to have as they move later on is the fact that Ashe Seraphine exists, and more so that the Seraphine in isolation exists, because that champion is absurd as we move into the late game. But I do want to remind people, you know, to talk about how well this WE composition can play later on, that originally when Neeko was this mid lane mage that we used to see, she was the answer to all engage. She was the disengage mid laner that you would take, because the Pop Blossom's so good at stopping people when they come in.
Wow. Fish for an arrow, didn't connect onto Arha. However, Junja has Cataclysm available. Does he want to look for it? Finds the flag and drive, but Arha with a nasty sidestep dodges the knockup.
Not just one nasty sidestep there off it. Arha dodged everything. Like, if we look at the spells used, Arha dodged literally every single one of them. And if any of them had have landed, he probably dies, right? He gets hit by an arrow, he dies. Gets hit by Seraphine double E, death. Gets hit by Job and knockup, probably dies as well, but instead gets out of dodge with every single skill shot. Then Tangle Barbs is Junjie, who doesn't have the opportunity to commit the Cataclysm, would have probably just flashed out anyway, but nevertheless, Arha with some fancy footwork keeps himself alive.
He didn't even have Burn Flash either. Like, if he didn't have it up, I would have believed him, just because he was so bold and fearless in committing to just working his way around it. But Junja's visit to the bot lane unfortunately gets really nothing done for them. Does allow them to push in the wave and get a reset crash, unless, well, that's a reset cancel right there.
Gala did get a really good reset. That early exchange that we saw with... Looking to interrupt another recall? Nope. Okay, doesn't quite find it. Basically, he got a first wave cheater crash, or a first 3-wave cheater recall, so he's had this cull for the majority of the laning phase. Feeling really good. It is JDG here taking these grubs, I think, as we look at how beneficial that's going to be throughout the game. Grubs, for me now, less so a split pushing tool, and more so just a tool to help your team push as well. The power of Void Grubs has been, you know, I think, diminished quite frequently, but what it still does is make sure that you can make a play as a team really easily.
Q barely escapes what could have been a very, very painful visit from Junja's Jarvan as he takes a reset and walks all the way back towards top side. Xiaoshu is trying to cut off the wave and do a little bit of proxying in between the towers. Junja's here for backup just in case they want to go for an all-in. All-out spells like he is ready to lay down these Notofo strikes, and Junja's waiting for his time, ready to pounce on the cube when he doesn't expect it most. And the Cataclysm probably is not going to come out until he flashes. There it is. Looks for the Dragon Lance Strike. No! Junja! Okay. They pull it off. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Encore comes through, stops Tyrion's dive, and JDG win out on both sides of the map.
Yeah, there's that obligation factor for Tyrion. Oh no, my top laner's dying. I've got to make something happen down on this bot side. But you can see in the replay, down on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, everything went wide by WE this time. JDG were able to escape. You can see Gala and Vampire had to use pretty much all of their summoner spells, but they did live. They did survive that engage, and they found a kill as well.
Had any of those things gone differently for WE, there's an extra kill going into their pockets. Maybe something else is at least exchanged, but good flashes by Vampire and Gala to escape the tower diving attempt from WE. And now JDG find themselves 3-0 as they look for Arha. He has the Pop Blossom stolen with the hijack. Does not commit it. We've got a Dragon available, and the rest of JDG feeling confident about taking it since they are currently up almost 2,000 gold. Oh, will this arrow hit?
Whoa. Zone him, zone him, zone him. Ooh. Almost there. From the downtown by Gala. Really small thing. I know we praised Arha earlier, but he did end up with a really big flub there. Neeko Pop Blossom not connecting onto a target, pinned against a wall is Pretty egregious and hopefully not a sign of things to come as JDG are going to take this dragon. It's their second one of the game already. Continue to keep their foot on the gas. Again, this composition wants to find these early dragons, wants to snowball early on. As this game gets later, they are going to be reliant very heavily on the power of an Ashe Seraphine as opposed to the power of their top side, with how simple it should be for Karis and About to escape.
JDG are on the right track so far. Halfway to a Dragon Soul. This one is going to be a Chemtech Soul. Does favor the likes of Junja and Hongq, especially when you've got Seraphine right behind you, constantly keeping you healed up and shielded up. And then you're harder to kill as you get lower and lower on the health bar. By the way, Rude, you might want to duck in about 5 seconds. I think that arrow is about to come your way across the pond.
You were close. Scrape the fridge.
Gala almost got you, buddy. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu, wow, he's just trying to cancel his back.
This is taking proxying to the next level. You know, usually you push the wave and then you walk around the lane and then go and proxy it, or under the turret when your own minions are there. Very rarely do we see people just walk through the turret when there aren't minions there to go and proxy a wave. He didn't end up doing it in any case, as he does find those minions, but I do think that for the time being here, it's a really good position for JDG to be in. 2,000 gold to the good. They've got Gala looking for another arrow.
Oh, they predicted it! Gala knew that Vampire's Encore was going to force a flash, and he read Arha like a book.
If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. A good enchanted crystal arrow on the cross map this time from our JDG marksman, finding that one, landing flush. As Karis does complete that mid lane quest, but he's really struggling in this 1 versus 1. Hongq needs to land this.
Hongq does get scooped into the turret, but he's got Vampire right behind him for reinforcements. Does a decent amount of damage to Karis' health bar as he is forced to potentially take a recall. They already have About an Arha, reinforcing the mid-tier 1 just to make sure that they can pick up this wave and it doesn't get lost to the void.
Okay, we're looking for a play with Tyrion. Peeks his head over the wall, sees 3 people, runs away immediately. I mean, we've got this Herald spawning in about a minute's time, and for me, this is just, you know, really easy pickings, I'd like to think, as let's see what actually happens here. So, Encore flashed away from arrow lands flush. Excellent execution by JDG. Looking at this Herald, though, with it spawning in about a minute's time, this just feels like it's going to be fair game for JDG. I don't really see a world where WE look to contest this. We're looking for that second item spike for About. Proto Belt not even finished for Arha just yet, so that extra opportunity to engage, or the ease of engagement, isn't there for them just yet. And the items just don't really have that same level of power as we do for JDG at this present moment, especially with the levels and the stat check that they can do with that as well.
Sure. I'm a big fan of Protoplasm Harness. Very efficient tank item, but that item is nowhere near as damn good as Sundered Sky on a Jarvan. Let me tell you how tanky that guy can be just through the power of Sundered Sky procs and heals. As rest of this team...
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, hey, Arha doesn't have Flash. Thankfully, he's got a Blast Cone, so he's going to get out alive here. Rift Herald does spawn now, and the rest of WE are trying to see if they can find a path to safely check it and challenge it. Karis, oh, nice buffer from Hongq with the upscud up duck. Baits out the Emperor's Divide and says, thank you very much. That's Noah's Ear ulti down for another 60 seconds.
Yes, this should be that Herald going over as we'd thought about, and then we look at the next objective up on the board. It's 1 minute away from a dragon and a potential soul point as Gala's looking to find another one. Ooh. Inches away from Karis there. Just about. Gives him a little haircut on the way as he farms these minions. Again, like I don't know that any of these neutral objectives for the next 5 to 10 minutes are going to be contestable for WE. JDG played such a flawless early game. You know, they've only got a 4-kill lead here. That's, you know, equivalent of about 1,500 gold. But the gold lead across the map is 3,300, and it's evenly distributed as well, which goes to show you that this is just a pretty decent shellacking across all fronts.
It's not like we didn't predict this to be the outcome for WE and JDG. Junja now looking for About. He already shifts away, still has a flash, so Junja's not going to pull the trigger on the Cataclysm. wants to maybe save it for this upcoming dragon fight. You already see that WE feeling pressured to contest that they're the first ones in the river, but Hongq has the inside track on the bot side.
Yeah, so how does a fight actually look good for WE here? I mean, it kind of has to be a flubbed engage by JDG, or Aha hits the absolute nuts on his ulti, right? Like, every single person knocked up, scooped by Karis, then shuffled into the turret by Tyrion with the ulti, then an equalizer while they're knocked up under turret, right? Like, it has to be all of these things coalescing. And that just doesn't feel too possible with the amount of dive that is coming through on this JDG side. Finding all of the divers and then getting access to Gala Vampire is going to be incredibly difficult and not something that I would say is particularly replicable around this dragon. And you can see that WE sort of conceding that as well. As soon as JDG start to flex their muscles, they make their way in. Yes, they've got this crab down, but I feel like this is a bit of a formality once again. WE try and find something elsewhere. They disagree with me, though. They're doing something.
It was curious because Junja just went for an instant smite on the dragon, and I was like, wow, is he that confident they're just going to burn it this fast? If Tyrion knows or ever finds out, there was like a small 15-second window where things could have been ugly. And JDG decide, okay, maybe we can't just burn it right away. We need to fix some things first, as the mid and the bot waves are constantly getting challenged by WE. And at the end of the day, they give up pressure on the dragon. They're allowing Vampire to reset, get those wards refreshed, maybe try it again.
And hopefully so, right? Like they've got all of the resources to be able to do this. And they can even use Xiaoshu TP here if they want to. You can see he's eager to try and get that crystalline overgrowth, try and break that turret. But with the teleport available, he can TP in, be a massive threat with a huge HP shield as well. One that currently WE cannot cut through. We have got that second item spike now for about, so that's their best real chance to find a fight as soon as that Muramana gets ticked over in just a couple of autos time. Maybe the Ezreal can go crazy.
Oh, Tyrion tried to flash to look for Vampire, but doesn't pull the Impale unless it's on the two people.
There's the nuts!
You called it rude! There's the nuts for sure! That's a hell of a sack tap! And there's the glaze on top of it from Cube with the downtown equalizer! Tyrion secures the dragon as well! Scoops Hongq into the wall! And Jindong Gaming just had a disaster play!
And they just weren't set up for it. They used 3 people to try and take that dragon. WE committed 5. You can see that Hongq and Xiaoshu came in way too late to that fight. Junjie just bailed out over the dragon wall, left his bot lane for dead. Gala Vampire both used their flash, and Tyrion on the Skarner does hit that massive play. Yes, he doesn't quite find the connect on the initial E here, but what he does is forces Gala's flash away from the Impale, and that gives Aha the free roam in. Thank you very much. Knocks Gala up, finds the stun afterwards. This Ashe can never be a part of the fight. Equalizer over the top, finishes off the deal. And then there's this 5v2 almost with the 2 solo laners, and it speaks to the gold that JDG did have. That Cube almost falls, Aha almost falls. But the fact that they didn't, that's the big deal here. And WE find that fight they needed to keep themselves in this game.
And just like that, Jindong Gaming's gold lead has diminished to less than 1,500. They're still in the lead, but that Drake stacking condition has been slowed down, which has bought effectively another 5 minutes for WE to continue scaling in this game. Baron has spawned here at the 20-minute mark. Rest of JDG trying to hunt for Karis on the top side. Instant EQ flag and drag knockup. Hongq has his own Emperor's Divide that he's stolen. Encore is a big whiff, but they use the Emperor's Divide to try and push Tyrion away from Arha to make sure that they can get away. Azir's turret is still doing a lot of damage despite Kars being dead. Junja gets scooped up at the Pop Blossom, but he EQs out. And the rest of JDG make their grand escape.
I have one word for you folks at home. Seraphine. Just watch Vampire and the healing that comes through from this champion in that fight. I mean, that was mental. They should not have survived up there. They did find Karis. They didn't take out Tyrion in the end, but they found 1 kill. And got away with it. They got away with daylight robbery, really, taking down Karis there. As I mean, for WE, the job not yet done. Obviously, they found that 1 quick fight, but they've still got a lot to do. They've still got to show that they can play the map nicely, keep themselves relatively close, and look to replicate that fight around the dragon once again here. As we can see, about landing some pretty decent skill shots here onto Gala, despite the fact that Vampire's right there to keep him healed up. Junjie, though, Back to business. Another turret, another fight, and another kill.
This time on the bot side of the map. They take out the turret first, and now it's all business as they lay down the pain train. Cube throws on the equalizer and tries to flash away, but cannot flash away from an EQ flag drag knockup. Xiaoshu finally gets the kill credit, and we're 2 minutes away from the next dragon on the board.
And this has proven to be some of the I won't call them problems because it's unfair to Tyrion to say this. Whoa! Okay, never mind.
Okay, well, Gala throws on the Ash Arrow. Xiaoshu and Vampire here to back him up. Takes the Blast Cone with the Pathfinder. Flash all out and just rips about apart across the Tier 2 turret, while the rest of Vampire and Gala do away with Tyrion.
Yeah, Karis TP'd in there, decided that fight was over by the time he landed, leaves both of his players, teammates there, to fall down. And that's not exactly what he wants. This is how this play all started. Hongq looking for Aha. This was whilst that bot lane dive was going on. Finds the quick pick onto Nico. Tyrion spots a rogue Jarvan in his jungle. A couple of spells going wide there from about. Does mean that Junjie lives a little bit longer, and he ends up arcane shifting forward to try and find that kill, which is ultimately the cost of his life here. Good dodge on the Q from Xiaoshu, but he just says, well, you can't dodge a flash all out. That's not happening. And a good quick pick finds it there. But for JDG here, slight questions coming into play, right? They are slightly fumbling around this mid game. There have been a couple of execution errors, whilst we still say Junjie has been performing very nicely, right? He's done a great job at making sure that he gets out onto the map and in this mid game, taking down these turrets on those sides. Do think that if they're unable to play these 5v5s as appropriately, they could struggle.
Well, Rude Dude, I have a proposal. Let's never fight a 5v5. Let's just go continuously for side lane plays.
And I mean, that's working for them right now. They are quite easily able to just pick off this Rumble. Again, we highlighted it in the draft. No flash. Usually or no mobility, and this time no flash. Usually means that the Jarvan's going to be going there, cashing in on his sort of pre-300 gold and making that work. This time out, though, it's a bit of help with the mid lane.
Arrow onto Tyrion. There's the rest of the CC train, and there's nothing that this poor Scorpion can do. Flash just to get silenced by a Cataclysm. And that's a hell of a dunk from the rest of JDG, being able to absolutely pwn WE's new jungler coming in. And with no Scorpion on the board, I think it's time for this Baron to be taken.
Yeah, I think that JDG think that too here, Arthur, as a stolen equalizer comes out to deny any mid-turret threaten. Do think that this is going to result in another dragon going the way. Hold on, Hongq, are you in trouble or are you going to 1v2?
He's kind of saucing on them, low key. Oh, okay. He's burnt the pot. All right, well,
he was in trouble. To answer everybody's questions, he was in trouble. He didn't have the source.
Yep. He might have had it at one point once he started healing massively off of the Kingslayer, but then you bring an Ezreal to the party. Oh, poor Cube. Does he have teleport?
Out.
Run!
Yeah.
Get out!
Okay. I mean, got out. Did have to burn his TP. And they got the dragon down on the bot side. So you know what actually happened there? Cube TP to secure the dragon, and we can never blame a top laner for that.
True. I can accept that as the official narrative. No notes.
Thank you. No notes. Good. That's what we like to see. But for WE here, I mean, I'm not going to lie. Stalling this dragon, stacking has been really good for them. I think the question now becomes, what can JDG do with this Baron? They've got 2 minutes and 10 seconds to make some good work happen. I would like to see them take down this mid-tier 1 turret. That feels like it should be a formality. But also that bot lane tier 2, I think is going to do great work for them using these side lanes. They've done such a good job at picking off Karis, picking off Cube on these sides. If you take out that tier 2 turret on the bot side as well, just gives you more and more access through this mid game into the late game to try and find more gold, open up the map for yourself, and have a good time of things in that venture.
Yeah. So for JDG, who have kind of maintained the gold lead on their side, but haven't made any meaningful strides to close out the game since nearly 10 minutes ago when they watched the third dragon fight. Baron buff on their side finally allows them to knock out the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, making some movements over to maybe do the same on this tier 2 turret in the bottom lane. Rest of WE are going to try to answer.
And I do think that this is the big ticket play for JDG. If they can take this tier 2 turret, the map opens up for them again a little bit more, and those side lanes become much easier to play. If they can't do that, though, that's a really good hold for WE. Gives at least one of their solo laners a little bit of a reprieve. 1 minute left on this Baron, so about 3 waves left to go as WE are looking for a fight.
Here at least went forward, but absorbs an arrow, absorbs an encore. It even hits about in the backline, and Tyrion all he can do is just find an impale, but no one from WE can follow up. Everyone's just trying to bail at this point. Junja looking for a Cataclysm to follow up, and the rest of WE are ready to give way on both of their tier 2 turrets.
Still have Emperor's Divide, still have Pot Blossom available, but the hopeful hold for WE has not been successful here. May even lose out on a little bit more with no jungler, no big front line to help them out. You can see JDG posturing aggressively here in this mid lane. They do back away. They are going to look to spend that gold. Continue to keep that gold lead nice and primed, up to 6,000 at this stage. And it's about this size of a gold lead where you start to say, well, compositional differences be damned.
Did Hongq know that was our haul?
I don't think so. He found a third minion. He found a third melee minion. And
He's like, this minion
normal.
Is really tanky.
Well, you appear to take the same amount of damage the rest of the minions do, which is the tricky thing. And especially in, like, it's going to take a while. Like, a lot of these players, I mean, I don't know how long Karis has been playing League of Legends for. Or rather, you know, how long it's Hongq been playing League of Legends for. Very young mid lane. We'll hold that though as the replay comes on through. Tyrion, yeah, goes forward without the rest of his team. You can see where Aha is. Those two really need to be linking up. The Nico and the Skarner need to work together to try and find those fights. If the Nico and the Skarner are on opposite sides of the fight, that's not going to go too well. But for Hongq, and you know, to touch on the Nico point again, that I actually think it's a lot of years of muscle memory that need undoing. For so long, we've had 3 melee creeps. Now, there are sometimes 2. And if that's going to catch you out once every now and then, I think that's a fair transgression that I can overlook.
Wow, 3 melee minions. My lucky day. I'm getting extra CS gold.
It's 2025 again. No way.
Well, JDG have a 5th dragon to prepare for, as another Chemtech will brace Summoner's Rift in about 50 seconds time. WE pushed up from their tier 2 turrets falling, but they have made their way at least into the entrances of their jungle. But as they do, JDG are holding a decent vision line. There's good teleport wards, though, for both Cube and Karis if they want to get very, very fancy with some flanks here.
I think that, you know, as Cube, you can maybe make the argument for that. I think that at this stage in the game, Karis does need to be pumping out DPS, throwing your way into the mixer for the hope of a good scoop. Not necessarily what I'm after in my Azir at this stage of the game, but we will see here. This dragon, not the be-all and end-all as it spawns in 10 seconds time, but it would be nice to see a good little bit of priority focused on this fight. WE, again, highlighted the power that it has as JDG. You know, it's below 50% threshold. Really good for a Cassante, really good for a Jarvan, really good for champions that have Seraphine on their side. And I think WE giving this up, looking for them in tier 1.
Teleport is coming in from Cube. He's looking for the flank. Junja, do you want to commit to the dragon? Do you want to play for the fight? 2,000 HP on the dragon. They're turning it for the fight. All out separates Tyrion from the rest of the crew. And now Xiaoshu's looking for Cube. Dragon resets. Pop Blossom only hits onto 1 as Junja just gets scooped back into safety. Arhal is the next one to drop, and Cube could be next. Hongq and Junja tag teaming it onto Cube, and this Rumble has burned his last flamethrower. They don't even care about the dragon because there's only 2 members left, and JDG are going to look to take everything from WE in the base.
Yeah, the Baron's up, the Dragon's up. They don't care. They want to end this game here and now. They decided, actually, hold on 1 second. We've recognized this might not be the best idea. We can actually not end right now, so we're going to try and find that massive objective. The Baron will be their prize for that fight, and it's Junjia who comes up, who has the massive fight this time around. Excellent performance from the JDG top side, and we're going to get to see a little bit of a look at it here again. Tyrion, once again, eeing forward on this Skarner, not quite finding anything in this fight. Good knock-up from Junjia. Make sure that he can peel away the Skarner as he fires a last-ditch ulti for no real reason. Junji flashes forward to try and smite the dragon, realizes it's reset, but does actually make sure that he's able to lock up Aha. Flash forced by the Ezreal. Nico, no such luck, wants to keep that summoner spell until a future fight. And for WE, the chances, the hopes of having this compositional advantage, they may still yet exist, but it's going to be a long, 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 long time before it ever comes home to roost.
The decision-making towards the end of the fight definitely looked a little wonky on whether they wanted to commit to the dragon or go for a base end or some turret structure damage, but I think when you look at JDG's overall win condition and how they need to try and still make an effort to close out the game as soon as possible before even more gold comes into the hands of WE. The Baron buff makes sense. They have yet to put any real damage onto these inhibitor towers. They're splitting up their forces. There's a massive top wave that is building up in WE's favor that JDG are just trying to pretend does not exist for the time being.
That top wave is the we win a Hail Mary fight and we TP and end the game wave right there. That's what we've seen this one before from previous episodes of the LPL. We will see if WE can find this. Once again, it relies on some massive team fight happening that at the minute doesn't seem like there's a reason that it should. About is 4 items deep on this Ezreal. 3, 1, and 2 hasn't had a bad performance necessarily, but has really been let down, it feels like, by the front line of his team. Cube getting caught out in side lanes, Tyrion not being able to consistently find those engages in the Ezreal. Try as they might, is not quite able to get through a Cassante, a Jarvan, a Silas, all with a Seraphine healing them up as well.
Curious to see that Junja is the one that is pushing solo in the mid lane. Arrow connects onto one. Arha gets away from the Encore with the power of the Proto Belt. Xiaoshu finds a knock-up onto Cube. Hongq takes too much damage. Has teleport to be able to rejoin the fight if JDG want to continue the siege. WE, About finds a Mystic Shot and takes out Hongq! That might be enough to defend the base for now!
Yeah, that's going to put a stop to the Baron push. Look at the death timer, 50 seconds for Hongq. The Baron despawns, or the buff despawns in about 40, so that's going to be it here. And for JDG, it's a whiff once again here. This is your second Baron of the game. You spent the first one getting all of the outer and inner turrets. This one is the one that was supposed to break the camel's back to try and take the game. Instead, we talked about him just a little bit ago, has been playing well on this Ezreal and pretty much solo kills Hongq, who has in this game had a couple of iffy moments. 3k gold lead, but has been consistently picked off, found in positions that you ought not to be, and taken down for the 4th time this game, first time from About, but this Ezreal, there's a little bit of life just yet.
About showing there is a reason why so many people were so hyped up about him in Split 1, making his LPL Tier 1 debut here with WE, and is continuing to be a strong sign of life that WE can try and rally behind. Obviously, Tyrion being the newest part of this rebuild for WE, has been put through the ringer with a classic Junja Hongq special of just making the enemy's jungler's life a living hell and wanting to quit the game and go next, but at least he's playing Skarner. He will still be useful.
At some stage, my Skarner will be useful, and I mean, we're pretty much there, right? Like, this is the time frame now where you would expect it to be Tyrion's time to shine. Where if he lands that big ulti, then we're happy. He's got sort of augmented the build as well, gone for that Zeke's, gone for just a little more of a cheaper build path in recognition of the fact that he's got starved this game. There's no two ways about it. Level 15 versus Junja's level 18 as well. So this is a real big disparity between our two junglers. A real big disparity between the two top laners as well. A Xiaoshu here, level 20 to Cube's level 18. But the rest of the map, and About being that slight level up over Gala, who is in fairness about to ding level 18 himself, but there are angles, there are opportunities, and again, the longer this game goes, the more items that are picked up, the more that gap closes. And the chance that the JDG dive-style composition can be thwarted with proper play.
Potentially a chance at this next dragon fight if WE can force their way into it. This would be Chemtech Soul for JDG. All flashes are practically up. Seeker's Arm Guard available for Karis has a little bit of extra safety on his side. Arha, a little tankier than normal since they went for a Frozen Heart second, just to add a little bit more defenses so that this Pop Blossom is a guaranteed hit. WE will be forced to play through the mid lane and try to enter into the river.
To touch on that Frozen Heart a little bit, as we are 12 seconds away from that Dragon, so we might have to hold it here. Soul Point, JDG already have this. Them looking to secure the Soul. Arrow goes in.
Arrow onto Tyrion. That's the first engage tool used. Vampires holding on to the Encore, waiting for anyone. Oh, double E onto Karis. There is the Seeker's Arm Guard. The Encore connects onto a bout. Pop Blossom will stall the engage for now from Junja. They're just hitting the front line. Just hit onto the tanks. And now they brute force into the back line, and there's nothing that can protect the bout. He's forced to shift away. Arha flashes over the wall, but Junja's there for the chase. He flashes in, gets the slow off the W, but he chases the wrong clone. Junja doesn't care about the Arha. They will look for the end as they've got teleports coming in from their top laner, and JDG will look to secure the first game win.
Ezreal's got no wave clear and he's got no front line at this stage. 5v2 underneath your Nexus turrets. No heroics can stop this now.
Honku with his own Pop Blossom after the TP secures the victory, and JDG lead the series 1-0.
And it was a bit of a hands check through the early game, but we did get to see WE with some real fight back, some bark to their bite as well, and make sure that that game wasn't just one and done for JDG. They had to really make them work for it. 2 Barons, the second one, even with a negative gold play. That was, WE giving what for here, but JDG did come through in the end. They managed to secure that win, got that advantage through the early game, like you say. Junja Honku specialty right there, just bullying the enemy jungler. Tyrion really not given a good opportunity in this one. We talked about in the early stages of the game earlier on in the pre-show that Tyrion likes to go for these slightly off-piste gank styles, and he was just never given that opportunity. He couldn't farm his camps, let alone try and farm the enemies.
Yeah, he didn't really get to play an early game, unfortunately, because he was constantly living with the paranoia of, if I go into this quadrant, is there going to be a Jarvan? Is there going to be a Sylas? Are they going to take my money? Am I going to be able to pay for my school lunch today? Please, I just need a crumb.
And unfortunately, the majority of the time, the answer was no. We saw at the end of the game, jungle gold lead about 3,000. The experience differential as well, absolutely massive. Junja did such a good job at keeping Tyrion at bay, and that's in line with Tyrion really struggling to find those engages as well. We saw some attempts, we saw some efforts, but they didn't work out. They weren't quite good enough, and unfortunately, when you're that far behind, you don't have that margin for error.
I can appreciate that WE were trying a different look for Tyrion, because in their previous series, they gave him Pantheon and Xin Zhao, which are both some of our best skirmishers in the meta that allow you a lot of flexibility in looking for those early ganks and plays, but you'll also still be pretty damn valuable later the game goes on. As we know, both of those champions have really good ultimates, whether it's for attacking the map or being strong in those team fights, especially paired in such an enchanter-favored meta, to say simply. Skarner, definitely one of the better tanks, if not the best tank, especially with some recent nerfs to Mundo as kind of the next best option. But going into the next game, I imagine that WE are probably going to try and give Tyrion something that can fight back if he sees another Jarvan invade him again.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing there, is that Jarvan comes in. If Sylas comes in, the Skarner just kind of has to sit there and go, well, I guess this is happening now. As we take a look at the post-game stats, we can see really solid work from About, right? We highlighted this as a pretty big deal for him, that he's doing really well, making a lot of good plays, had the most DPS or most damage in his game, or on his team even. But for the rest of the side, the story, not quite as pretty. Karis with a 0-4-1 scoreline, not quite the Azir performance that we would like, as we take back a look at some of the highlights for JDG.
This was the dive attempt from Tyrion, where He had already burned Vampire's flash and then re-approached, and unfortunately only gets a cleanse and a flash from Gala, and the reposition sets him up for disaster. And oh my god, that arrow predict was so damn clean from Gala. He knew exactly what was about to happen. He was playing 4D chess there, Rude.
He was seeing 3 steps into the future, and you know, this is that fight that we sort of highlighted as a possibility here for WE, and they found it once. Unfortunately, you know, the other point that I made during that was, how replicatable is it? Well, found out the answer was it just wasn't. You know, as soon as WE hit it once, it was JDG that were more than happy to go, we won't let them do that again, and then they never did. They sat back, they recognized what their problems were from that previous fight, they learned, and on the fly they were able to make those adaptations to keep themselves safe through the rest of the fight.
Oh, I didn't even see that encore flash from Vampire. Ooh.
Nasty.
No, I forget how good Vampire in particular is with enchanters. Obviously, a lot of our top supports have adapted to the change in meta pretty darn well. Sometimes, Rude, though, you'll watch a Weibo game, and then Hong will play Seraphine, and then you'll go, oh god, this brother has never played a Seraphine game in his life, because why is he flashing with the Encore when the timing is just terrible? Unfortunately, I just hit Hong with a stray, and I know that Weibo are playing better in recent memory. So
yes.
hopefully that comes up more better. Sorry, that was just like a
nah, man, you're Hong's
whiplash
biggest op. Don't worry, we know now. Don't worry. Whenever we put you on a Weibo cast, we'll be keeping track. Don't worry, we're looking out for that.
Listen,
I mean,
the funny thing is, I used to be Vampire's biggest op because I would see that guy did some disgusting things of missing flash combos. And yeah,
just quickly, rightly so. Carry on.
And then Vampire proved me wrong later on, and is now one of our top supports in the LPL. So I give him the props and the redemption arc. Meanwhile, Junja, not necessarily the redemption arc, but just a very, very solid classic early game Junja performance where when things go right for this guy, JDG are usually in for a good time, and that usually means making the enemy jungler want to FF as soon as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a really solid performance from him, right? Really helped out by Honkyu, I will say. But that was a mutually beneficial arrangement for those two, right? Honkyu bullied Tyrion on the Raptors. Then Junjia went and bullied the Wolves. Then even further, Junjia came in, helped out in the mid lane, found first blood on Takaris. So it really, we got to see the power of the duo and the power of the synergy so vividly in that game that you get to see why they get bought over or got bought over as that duo pair.
LCP duo special straight out of CFO, baby. And when they get it done, it is a delight to see always. We're going to take a short break because when we come back, we're going to see whether WE can bounce back for their first potential series comeback win, or if it's just going to be a sweep from JDG. See you soon. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero dos between Jindong Gaming and Team WE. If you missed out on that game one, well, if you've seen JDG at their best, then just imagine something like that, where Junja and Hongq did not allow Tyrion to play the game. There's a couple of blips in the mid-game, but you know what? JDG cleaned it up, and they closed it out.
They did. I think they had their struggles, right? They had their showcasings of why there may be sets that they've lost, but they showed why they're a good enough team to be able to take series off of WE. Now, they've only taken a game one thus far. They will need to take a second to run this series home and put themselves to a 4-3. A reminder at the minute, the standings as they are, JDG, yes, currently 4th, but sort of in the mix so with a lot of other teams who are also with that 3-win threshold. So really important that they get this win here, especially over a team lurking below them in the standings.
And I would love to kind of review the draft back from game one between Team WE and JDG. Just kind of go over some of the thought process, what WE wanted to do. Obviously, the bans allowed for a very wide jungle pool to be explored here. Very curious that upon the Jarvan being snatched away and denying that hot pot combo we tend to see, instead of going for something like a Pantheon or even a Xin Zhao, which is what he played yesterday, they were like, oh, you know what? Let's try him on Skarner. And unfortunately for him, well, tanks don't have a great way of defending themselves in early invades in this meta, Rude.
Yeah, the Skarner couldn't particularly fight back, which isn't, you know, the best thing in the world. And you know, whilst we're here, can I take a moment to shout out the fact that this is our own personal made graphic, made possible by our coffee supporters. By the way, !coffee in the chat if you guys want to help us get these more wonderful graphics that you can only find here, that look really, really cool, that help us break down the game for you all as well. So it'd be really good to see what it is that Team WE do to change that draft into this game. You already theorized, Rafa, that we think that keeping Tyrion on the Skarner-esque, the Maokai, the Mundo, is not the way forward. We want to see Skirmish, we want to see Xin Zhao, Vine, Nocturne come back for him.
Just things that he can fight back on. If you're bringing in a rookie jungler, I usually expect that rookie jungler's got to have some hands. But you don't really have a chance to show off those hands if you're playing on piggy duty, just playing some tanks. Now, Skarner, to be fair, got nice buffs, and he can be a monster if he ever can not get invaded upon. Yeah. And kind of coast into the mid game. I mean, it's kind of similar to Mundo. Mundo used to just clear monstrously fast, and then once he hit that first item, he can scrap pretty darn well, and he becomes harder and harder to kill. But I think Team WE really are relying upon Tyrion to be a driving engine forward, because him and Arha need to find that synergy as we head into pick and bans for game number 2. Yeah,
so we'll see once again here. Same setup for these two teams. So first pick for WE blue side for Jindong Gaming. Bans expected then to be largely the same, but I think WE have switched around a couple of those bans. The Ambessa still takes place on the ban table, so does the Varus, but with Ori, Karma taken away by JDG here, it's again another one of those situations where we've got the jungle relatively unchecked as far as those bot lane pairings go. You've got Yunara Lulu, Yunara not open, so now Bard, the one sort of S tier support that we've got left over, it feels like. And we'll see if that's something that they want to take out here or if it's something different.
Annie, first pick?
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you go 0-4 on Azir for Karis.
Karis, you have been demoted. Yeah. Oh, boy.
You will be on support duty today. And now Tyrion gets to play a champion, you know?
Okay. The only way I'm excited about this Annie first pick is if there's some flex potential. I know I've been hearing some rumblings about an Annie top lane. In fact, I think it was played recently, but... Oh,
my favorite top
laner. The vision. Lee Sin, yes. Well, I imagine what's happening here as we see the Lucian and the Nocturne locked in for JDG. more than likely going to be paired with a Nami or Amelia, depending on how much CC or how much sustain is needed. Tyrion locks in Lee Sin. I imagine more than likely this is going to be a jungle Lee Sin, not a top lane Lee Sin, although Zwayon had a pretty damn nice one in the last series. So WE, how do you want to close out your first 3-man core here?
For me, they take something on the bot side. If your rumors are true of the flex picks, immediately dashed. Immediate depression on the desk here. They lock in the Scion. All flex picks are off the table. It's confirmed. We were hoping to be able to give a little bit of life. And in fairness, I think that Scion for Cube fits the bill pretty nicely, right? These are the 2 champs that he plays above the majority of all others. Scion, Rumble. Those are the go-to picks when you are Cube. And this was something that used to get banned away from him as well in previous iterations when Scion was at sort of the peak of being one of the best top laners. I mean, I think he still is there, to be honest, as the Milio gets locked in here for Honkyu.
Makes sense. There is a... well... Knockups can't necessarily be cleansed by the Breath of Life, but anti-stun, yeah, that's good enough for me. And it will always make Lucian feel really strong in those trade patterns thanks to the auto attack range being extended. Now, heading into the second round of bans, you can try and get rid of some supports over from WE. Nami gets taken off. That kind of disincentivizes a Corki Nami bot lane from coming through.
Yeah, I think Corki's still quite strong, can still take these trades, especially for about looking at the composition that he's playing into. You want some dashes. You don't want to be playing Immobile Marksman versus Nocturne Lucian Milio. And what we're expecting to be, again, quite a short range, quite go style of composition for JDG. Now, they do still need to find a mid laner that fits that mold. I mean, they took the Silas in the last game, so that doesn't particularly fit the brief here. So they might be looking for something... you know, again, a Carly LeBlanc-esque that could go deep into that backline, start to cause problems, and really bully the Annie as well. The opposite of that is that you take something that has a lot of range. With this Annie being locked in so early on, you could go your Victors, your long-range marksmen, Syndra even still available. If they not marksmen, mages even, if you want to go for something to bully Karis in the early stages of the game.
We already see a Gwen ban trying to protect Cube Scion levied against Xiaoshu, whereas JDG continued down the line of best in-slot supports that are available for Arha to grab. A Twisted Fate just to deny even more global pressure from JDG, which kind of makes sense if WE are trying to look for a fast skirmish style. Well, one way to kill that is just immediately Destiny and Paranoia showing up to create that numbers advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. They take the Gnar into the top lane as a response. Reminder that going into this, JDG have got their counter pick of both solo lanes, so they know exactly what it is that they're playing up against, and they're going to have had plenty of time to work out what they want. With the Gnar here, again, fits the bill. They can go diving quite easily, and I like that they're holding mid lane here. As Honkyu, if you are thinking of going for this LeBlanc Akali style champion, you need to see what the enemy bot lane is to know who you're trying to assassinate. It's about putting hands check in motion, locks in Kalista Renata down on the bot side, and now the gauntlet has been laid down.
Okay, I mean, WE, I wouldn't be surprised if coaching staff just went into the room and said, all right, guys, Cars Cube, you're going to be on basic champ duty, and we're going to give our rookies anything that they want. Whatever you want to play, if you want to just try and let your hands do the talking, go for it.
Okay.
Your solo laners are going to try to support you as best as possible.
Okay, I love the spice from WE, okay? Let me preface this by saying that if they fall even an inch behind, they lose the game. This composition has no scaling components whatsoever, other than that the Scion is going to be a big tank. That, unfortunately, doesn't mean anything when you've got no damage to back it up. And there's a world where Kalista can skeet and skate around these team fights, but it is so difficult in the face of a Lucian who's going to stat check you, a Nocturne, a Gnar who's going to be able to slam you into a wall, that actually finding those fights is going to be so incredibly difficult. It's just much easier to say, this composition scales like doo-doo.
What I imagine WE have to do this game is they needed to get Cars to be willing to drop waves, even if he doesn't get the shove on them first. So that he and Tyrion can help get this Kalista online. Because I'm with you. This is a very, very snowbally composition. But this is one of those comps where when I see a Lee Sin and a Kalista against me in solo queue, I'm terrified because I'm like, oh crap, these guys probably got some nasty hands. And it's time to let those hands do the talking. JDG are looking to sweep out WE and continue their run in maintaining themselves at the top of the leaderboard, at least in the top half of Group Ascend, whereas WE are still trying to find their first series win. We'll see how it all unfolds as we hit Summoner's Rift for Game 2. Yo. Normally, I'm always a big fan of the JDG hype man because he always sends it. But whoever was doing the WE chants was also matching that energy. I respect it.
Yeah, I mean, hold on here, because Honkyu might just solo kill Karis at level 1.
Oh my god.
Yeah. This is not how you want your mid lane matchup to go, for those at home unfamiliar with the mid lane meta. Recalling at level 1 without a CS and having to TP back into the lane, not good.
Yeah,
not good for the snowball comp.
No, not at all, Rude. Not at all. Tyrion has just barely finished his first camp and is already on his Krugs and looks mid lane and tabs. Why is my mid lane already forced to TP back? What happened?
No potions, no teleport. Lots of problems is the situation in mid lane right now, as Flash wasn't burned, so a little bit of safety there, but Tyrion's going to need to get active on the map really early now to try and salvage this.
Either he's going to have to attack bot lane by himself, or he needs to attack mid lane so that Cars can get bailed out and be bought some pseudo timers to look elsewhere with this Lee Sin. Meanwhile, Junja is happily farming away, matching Tyrion's pace on the Lee Sin. I haven't seen anything that really has broken the mold in terms of, oh, this is an interesting clear path. So far, it's just full clears being matched by both junglers heading towards the bottom side.
I mean, the issue with the composition right now for WE is, like you said, this is a hands check team composition, and the sort of problem with being 0-12 in the season so far in terms of game score, 0-13 now. The odds are that your hands checks haven't been going too well, and maybe this is just pure comfort for WE here, but this is a composition that relies very heavily on you being able to clear your enemies in that skill check. They have got Prio down on this bot side though, so when Tyrion and Junja meet, it should be WE with priority.
Yep. Honkyu also taking a base. Kind of dissuades Junja from looking mid lane.
You know what he will take?
Are you just going to walk up and down smash Cars? Wow. Oh, I can kind of see that. But Junja just walks through, pushes Cars off, says, "Don't check me, buddy." As he has control of this second crab. And with Honkyu TPing back, he has a stack component advantage, should be able to get that push. And there you called it, Rude. Second Raptor camp invade. Here we go.
Yeah, nice to see that he's on the timer for this, and Tyrion, unfortunately, on this Lee Sin, not quite able to clear as quickly. Few lands, smite secures. So no successful steal here for Junja, and he's yet to recall. So right now, Tyrion, massive tempo advantage on the map. He's got a lot more gold spent and has the ability to clear his camps faster now than Junja can.
Small win here for Tyrion's Lee Sin, because like you said, now Junja feels compelled to clear out his topside camps before he bases. Meanwhile, Flash forced out of Karis. And no TP to be able to walk back to lane, so we might miss some minions here on this push.
And Honkyu is really excelling in this mid lane. Found a really good set of trades on the Silas versus Azir, has done the same thing again in this second match, and this is independent of jungle intervention. As Tyrion looks to try and succeed where Junja failed and steal away these raptors. Neither jungler had smite just yet.
Well, he took all the baby chicken nuggets. And Junja is going to push him off so that at least he can secure the mama chicken.
I mean, right now, I'm looking at this bot side as well, Rafa. This is not the way you want your Kalista Renata lane to be going. You kind of have to force these all-ins as best as possible, using that second health bar that the Renata W gives you. Unfortunately, Gala and Vampire have done such a good job at keeping their HP high that any chance at finding that fight type of skirmish just doesn't seem particularly reasonable at this stage.
Makes the question, when can Kars leave this lane? When can he look for a quick roam? Gets his wave shoved in. Well. Just
the build as well. The build is not for a fight in the mid lane. It's for get me out of here.
I'm looking for flash stuns, baby.
Yeah,
I know my purpose. I know my job. And that is not for my own benefit. It's for the team.
Down 10 CS, down a full level already, 5-6 minutes in. We expect this of Annie in the late game. In the mid game, not the case, as WE are looking to find this first dragon. They need this.
You gotta be careful. Junja has 1k smite advantage. Tyrion only has the 600, so he just gives it up. Junja says thank you for the leash and commence the fight now as Kars is forced down on the left. Rest of WE are able to bail out towards the right, but JDG walk away with the first dragon of the game.
Might not even get out with only that one.
No, he got it again!
Level
and
6.
He gets level 6 off the crab! Oh, GG! Junja eliminates Tyrion for first blood. Arha's first to flash under the tower. I don't know what else to say, Rude. If I'm Lee Sin in that position, I just want to FF. Oh my god, Vampire's gonna flash just to style on them because he knows that this game is cooked.
Yeah, that flash isn't to style on them. It's to secure 2 more kills under the turret here. Gala going to look to push this wave under the turret, and I think it was actually just a style on them. Tyrion gets back out onto the map in time, culling up. That's one.
Never mind, you Rude. You were right. They eventually finish him off. Tyrion has arrived from base. Okay, well, all right. Gala decides to limit test there for the boys and see if he can give WE a little bit of false hope back in this game. It is less than a 2,000 gold advantage. I know we're kind of calling it early, but we cannot stress this enough, guys. When you pick Lee Sin, Annie, Kalista, you have to get an advantage. You have to snowball.
And these early deficits are just completely untenable in this mid game. As you know, Junja again walks in, finds a quick smite. Some small chicken tendy's going to go to the wayside, but that's not really a concern here. Tunneler already in the inventory. Feels really good about his state in the game right now. And, I mean, for Tyrion on this Lee Sin, 1-on-1 so far, but majority of that, the one kill came from Gala sending it under the turret. The one death, compromise for his failed smite on the crab, so it's not looking good right now for WE, and this game doesn't get any easier as the game gets later. So what we may well see now from WE, and what I would expect and kind of hope to see, is they keep sending it. Because there is no alternative. The game doesn't get better. If you wait longer, you're not going to start winning by just stalling out. You have to take it while it's less bad.
WE are going to have to give up resources just to force unconventional timers and see if they can catch JDG by surprise. For Junja, as long as his laners are able to play safe, then he can make punishes on the map like this, where Kara, still no flash, cannot survive the burst between the two. And Tyrion waited in that bush on the bottom side, could not find anything against Gala or Vampire, who did not allow them to get punished. Now Tyrion might be challenged on this red buff.
And small thing here, but it is just really solid play by the JDG bot lane, right? You know that your jungler's taking the camp on the other side of the map. Oh, smite secure again by Junja. Yeah, and this is just getting worse and worse as Gala and Vampire played it nice and safe down on that bot side. As soon as the Lee Sin shows up, they start playing aggressively again. Gala working towards his Essence Reaver as this first item, whereabout has only got those tier 2 boots. I mean, this is looking very, very bleak. That gold lead in the space of that one kill has increased by another 1,000 gold. And, I mean, it's once again a gold lead everywhere on the map. This top lane has been completely void of jungle attention. And Xiaoxiu here again has that advantage. 600 gold lead, couple of plates Nice amount of CS. Cull in his back pocket. He's doing very well.
Yep. In an ideal world, Tyrion would love to be able to provide everyone with some love and support. However, all the main objectives that he wanted to go for were stolen away by Junja, not once, not twice, but 3 times. And it has set this Lee Sin very much behind. That being said, the best Lee Sins in the world can find a way forward. Can Tyrion rise up to the challenge?
That's a crazy Q. I'm using that. That's a crazy Q to be able to land. Sorry. Small things.
Yeah, no, it's Pog, man.
They tickle the brain over here as Tyrion does steal away those Raptors. Not going to be able to quite commit to taking away the red buff that Junja does find. And it feels really rough this game here, Mark, because we're just sort of waiting for WE to force that next play. And if they don't do that, it's just going to become a further and further wipe. You can already see the gold lead continuing to grow and grow and grow. Dragon spawns in 2 seconds time here down on the bot side. First items picked up for Junja, for Gala. And there's just no chance of a contest here for WE. They don't have those breakpoints. Tyrion has got that Sundered Sky, which means that really we're looking at him to be that big powerhouse. Because comparing About and Gala at this stage in the game, just absolutely not a position that you can take.
Yep. Especially when it is a solid 1,000 gold difference at 11 minutes into the game. Second dragon has also spawned Tyrion. Oh, he tried to look for a kick on a vampire, but it's slightly desynced because of the super mega fireball kick. Tyrion forced a flash just because Junja was putting the pressure in the hands on him. Gala steps up and keeps WE's bot lane in check. And that should give full attention from Junja to start up the second dragon.
And again here, really.
Oh, he has a vision! He has a vision!
Yeah.
Junja knows there's no kick to save him, nor a flash, and the safeguard just could not happen in time. And now the bot lane dive will commence from Junja and Hongq. The minion wave is pushed in. Between worlds is thrown down. About is getting blinked.
Q.
Oh, barely survives.
Yeah, Hongq looking for the fadeaway there. Fortunately, About had just enough HP to survive at Vampire. Another flash Q. Another flash Q. Okay, never mind. Yep,
you know,
Robert, this game's short.
Yeah. If he had killed About there, even though he doesn't kill him, because the death timer is so short of his low level, stopping his recall is effectively a death at this point. Just in
I mean, it's a moral death. Like
it is a moral death.
About is in the bin, right? For a lack of a better phrasing. And it's really rough for the Kalista at this stage of the game, and it doesn't particularly get any better. So, I mean, WE, they've got another chance in about 2 minutes' time when that Rift Herald spawns. The hope is that they can get first items picked up on a couple of their carries, so they've got like a semblance of a chance at trying to take that fight. But you can see that Gala and Vampire, they're probably going to take this bot turret. You can already see on the minimap Junja looking to use that experimental hex plate. He's got his ulti ready again.
Arhal with the R flash will clip Gala and Vampire, but that was a well-timed. Actually, there was no cleanse at all.
No, it was a really good flash by Vampire, actually. He flashes down, and that means that Gala paths down to start hitting Vampire.
Wow.
Which just means that the Q goes wide. Usually in that position, you're expecting Gala to stand still and auto-attack. That's why Arha misses.
Appreciate the explanation, because low-key, for like 5 seconds after it happened, I'm like, what did I just watch? But big brain Vampire understanding even a Kalista Renata matchup after not seeing it in what seems like centuries, after just getting Corki Nami, Ash Seraphine, Bard Ezreal for like 7 weeks straight. And, you know, Vampire's just like, okay, Kalista Renata, yeah, let me just check my notes here. In this scenario, I'm gonna, yep,
I'm gonna do this.
Flash this
okay,
way.
this is the play right now. 4 people top
boys.
lane. Here we go. Okay, never mind.
Oh, man. And just like that, I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
I was so excited, Rude. We all tensed up for nothing.
We could have another 0-0-0 win, though. Right? We've had one already this split. So maybe Xiaoxiu here is on for the second already.
He could join the elite ranks of Hoya.
Yeah.
That's a prestigious place to be, honestly. Oh, Junja. Oh, face check. Doesn't spell shield the anti-stun. Pops the paranoia, but he's got nowhere to go, and a flash is in vain because WE's mid laner still gets the shutdown.
I mean, that was very close here. I did think, is he gonna get out? Is he somehow going to survive one of the most egregious steps in the game? And fortunately for WE, the answer was no, so they get a little bit of a reprieve again. That Herald is up.
Is Hongq in trouble? He flashes. Tyrion is able to close the distance, but will not go for the kick since it was already used. Hongq completely safe, but now has lost his flash.
Yeah, the Milio nice and close as well, so a decent chance that the safety would have been there even if you'd have tried to like trade 1-for-1 under the turret or something. But first item now comes through. We've got Malignance picked up for Karis. We've got that Blade of the Ruin King finished for About, as now a TP down to the spot side. Xiaosu, the 0-0-0 scoreline is in jeopardy.
No, Xiaosu, you gotta be able to protect it. And the best that he can potentially do is just make sure that he is denying as many assists as possible. But Tyrion will be able to lock him down, and Cube is already TPing to the top side because he's got a top tier 1 turret to defend from Hongq's Aurora.
Unlucky. Well, the dream is dead, and for JDG, so is their top laner. They will secure the Herald on the top side, though, and continue to push the pace of this game. I mean, again, their composition, not with the best scaling, but it's just better. Will be able to do enough work, and like to think that Junja will do nicely as a good culling from Gala chunks About to half HP.
Gala trying to step up to see if he can find that Crimson Overgrowth proc. Boom. Oh, so satisfying.
It really is.
And
that's like the dopamine that we all need.
And it's been so cool, too, because it has kind of changed how fluid sieging works now in the current meta landscape. It used to be like, oh, we just want to burst down the turret as fast as possible. Well, now you're just more incentivized. Okay, let it build up, and then go in, one-on attack, boom. All right, I can back off, and we can look for a different play to set up as... We're looking at a dragon coming up in 17 seconds. This would be the third one for JDG if they secure it. WE, remind you, in game 1, this is where they were able to turn things around. I don't know if they can find another magic miracle in the hat, as they were able to do, now down 5,000 gold in this scenario.
Good face check here. Xiaosu able to lead him to walk away. Again, Sion face checking, not the worst thing in the world. That dragon has now spawned down on the bot side. Herald goes in to the mid lane, and whether they break open this tier 1 turret or not, I think it's very clear the mission objective for JDG here. Secure soul point. Make this game look about as miserable as possible for WE as Tyrion and Karis. Oh, I like this, okay? They're on the hunt. They fancy something different.
I mean, when you're down this much gold, you gotta try something. Tyrion and Karis trying to look for their inner solid snake, but Xiaosu is there to put an end to the timing of the sneaky play. Tyrion is forced to flash, try to regroup with the teammates, but Gaul is now gonna flash just to make sure that he can put his full clip into the back of the blind monk's head. Gaul now dashing forward, forces the Fate's call, and Cube can only hold the line for so long before he gives full control of this entire jungle, and the third dragon belongs to JDG.
Yeah, I mean, for WE here, they have to take this, but JDG do an excellent job at minimizing the approach. It's an excellent collapse. The Dragon Soul Point gets picked up. Tier 1 turret falls as well, as we get to see how JDG approach this. Karis flashes in, but look who flashes in response. Vampire, Flash, Breath of Life, Cozy Campfire, everything from the Milio to keep the rest of JDG afloat. And then Gala, you can see, they know at this point that the fight's already won. We can flash like madmen. Let's make sure that this fight is as won as possible. This game is as over as possible, and that we send ourselves to 4 and 3.
Damn, I didn't even realize that Gala was flashing a handshake from Arha. I thought he was just kind of flexing on them, but Gala knew the animation before I even register it visually the second time around. So we take a quick little speed up here. Rest of WE pushing into the recesses of this blue side jungle on JDG's map. But they are nowhere close to knocking out this tier 1 turret. Will probably take another minion wave or two's time. But Gala says, all right, cool. Get that tier 1 turret. Get those plates. I'm racking up plates on the tier 2 turret here in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's again bad to worse, but for WE it's a case of get whatever gold you can and make sure that this game is somewhat competitive and do their best to try and make that happen. But you can see Junja fishing here. He wants to go in once again, try and find that next play that pushes this game even further over the line. Finds a red buff here, and I don't know that Tyrion has particularly ever found a red buff outside of that first clear that they had.
I think you might be right, Rude. And something I want to keep attention to, I'm going to hold that thought. Thought that Junja was going to send it onto Kars since he was solo on the top side. Cube is 0-0-0. I know we're not going to see a 0-0 victory, more than likely. What if we see a 0-0 loss?
I mean, I think you're then joining a lot of people. Maybe not necessarily this split, but oh my word, goodbye. I mean, that's just not even close.
Bailout comes through just to delay the inevitable for about. Arha flashes away, and Tyrion is trying to make his grand escape, but not enough safeguards are available in his kit to get out of the grasp of JDG's jungler Junja, who has been just running the rift, not one, but twice in this series. And Hongkyu's gonna keep WE's attention checked here, while the rest of the map goes for the Baron.
And I mean, you have to contest this as WE, but the issue is that they've just got no damage. Yeah, and you can't really blame them for that either. How are they going to contest with Sion and Renata with no ulti on the Renata? But this replay, again, it's WE looking for something that we know at this stage in the game they probably can't look for, but they kind of have to look for anyway. And they do it when there's a Nocturne just in nearby, just in the periphery, and finds what is objectively an easy kill, an easy couple of kills with a 9k gold lead. 8-3 is your scoreline. Doesn't feel too far apart, but yeah, the gold gap will tell you something completely different. 90 seconds off of the soul. Still 2.5 minutes on that Baron, so likelihood is that they're going to use this Baron, break open mid tier 2, break open bot tier 2. Make this game a done deal, nice and easy for them, and then make their way towards a soul afterwards.
And goes back to what we had suspicions of for WE, bringing on a new jungler, trying to fill in the shoes of Monkey, and it's not like, unfortunately, Monkey was being able to play at his peak before. We knew that in the previous year, WE, at some point after the woes of their first split, started making the workings of a miracle run. We hoped and tried to spread some of that juju that it might start now, but it might just take a backseat as JDG continue their dominance here in Group Ascend, being able to make the workings of another dominant series victory. As, like you said, Kars just trying to hunt and see if he can find any creative plays, sacrificing waves and farm just to get a comeback for WE in the second match.
Yeah, makes sense. And, you know, they found a good fight at some stage during Game 1. Hope is that they can do it again in Game 2, but about...
Nice stun from Kars, at least stops Hongkyu's assassination onto the back line. A lot of frontliners are getting in there, and Xiaoshu says, "Where are you going, Arha?" Back into the fray, but the Fate's Call will allow him to escape, and Xiaoshu gets knocked up in the air in the blast cone. WE find their first kill of this fight, trying to push through from Cube, but Gala finds Annie in the back line and just blasts him back to the oblivion. Gala now looking for more as Hongkyu takes a hop, skip, and a jump, tries to find Arha before he can escape, and just says goodbye. Have a taste of my weirding. JDG now pushing through the mid lane and looking for the series victory.
Hongkyu this time with the massive team fight. We've seen two massive Auroras today. Hongkyu found a huge set of damage in that team fight. And it looks like JDG had actually stepped a bit too far forward. A massive Renata ulti did a lot of work as Cube still 0-0 and 1 now actually in this game. Yet to fall as the rest of his team is waiting for him to try to defend.
Cube is doing the best thing that he can. He picked the Scion. He tried to do his best while the rest of WE tried to get some sauce. Carr is now looking for the TP. They flash on the Gala. Okay! The shutdown happens on the Gala. Maybe not on the ideal recipient, but a win's a win as an Infernal Soul is picked up, and maybe now that win is looking far more grim.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for Gala, he knows he's dead there as soon as the TP comes in. Nice that he keeps his flashes. Don't know that Xiaoshu was spotted here. They're going to look for more.
Oh boy, Junja just goes right for About's throat, but he has a flash to keep his distance. Tyrion with the kick. Doesn't really find that much here, and About just does not have enough damage to be able to hop around all of the threats. Xiaoshu will slam one into the wall, says good night to Arha. And the rest of WE are going to try to hold the line, but with 4 members strong and a TP coming in, I think this is finally the close that we're looking for.
Yeah, if they can get through Cube, it's something they've yet to manage this game, but they might just be able to ignore him, and with the 2 sets of super minions in the base.
Why are you doing wolves? Go end the game. Hello?
No. Farm.
You know
Team
what?
can end. I will farm.
Yeah. Pad those stats. You know what? My bad, King. You do you. Chorus almost dies to the 3rd proc passive of Xiaoshu's Mini-Gnar Hyper. And JDG cannot end the game just yet because the rest of the team of WE has spawned. JDG are still going to try and see if they can limit test it. Gala now empowered by the wolf camp that he farmed. Let's see if it makes a difference here.
They've got a marksman. He's hitting the turret. And now the next wave comes in on that bot side. As soon as they get mid wave coming in, I think that's probably going to be it here. WE have that defender's advantage. They can stay in the base. They can secure themselves more HP, and they have got that advantage as they go into this.
Honkyu finds the Between Worlds. Paranoia for the lights have been turned off. WE are trying to backtrack here and kite this one out. Junja finally goes in at the very last tick of it. Tyrion's the first one to drop, and Cube will finally fall this game for the first time. And it will be the last time because JDG are ready to put a ribbon on the end of this story. Jindong Gaming with a demanding sweep over WE.
This was just not even close. 27 minutes into this game, almost a 15,000 gold lead come the close of play. And it was expected, right? As soon as WE found that slight disadvantage with this composition, we knew the game was going to be over. That composition did one thing, and it was snowball. The second it falls behind, it's chalk and cheese. It was absolutely over for this team. And WE, again, continue on this really awful start to split number 2. 0-14 now in games, and 0-7 in sets is a surefire road to having a tough time in planes.
Really tough position for Team WE. 0-14 in game score. They have yet to win a single game here in Split 2, let alone a series. And the series loss streak continues even over from playoffs in Split 1. This team is in the dumps for sure, and we knew that for the teams that qualified to Group Ascend through Knights Rivals, this was going to always be a, hey, they're just happy to be here. But you look at Ninjas in Pajamas, who have completely rewritten the script for their position. Yeah. I mean, they're number 3 in the standings, and it's unfortunate for WE that they're not able to find the same mojo, but obviously different roster and their own different conflicts that they're trying to figure out and solve.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, I think this is a tricky spot for WE to find themselves in. Tyrion came in, he's got a tricky task, right? Like the jungle that he played today, don't think was very well showcased. Nothing particularly special came from this that Monkey hasn't tried before, but top lane was losing the entire time. Mid lane, before even that impact could happen in this second game, was losing already, and that bot lane again, without really any jungle intervention, we saw the Lucian Milio handling the Kalista and Arta lane without any problems. So is the question the jungle, or were they just hoping that something different in there would be able to give these struggling lanes a bit of help, a bit of support even? I
imagine that if Karis isn't chunked heavily level 1 and then loses his flash and TP, maybe there's like potential that Tyrion can find some pre-level 6 timers to just like go and do some stuff, try and mess up Junja's life in the jungle, or even attack mid lane, because the point and click stun guarantees Lee Sin to be able to play that interaction out. But oh man, I definitely feel sympathy for individuals over on WE. Cube is one that I rarely kind of give sympathy for, because a lot of times when he goes for counter picks, he gets bodied, and he's just unfortunately not nearly as good of a top laner as the rest of his counterparts in this league. But he put Sion Fries in the bag. He blinded it, so he knew he was going to get counter picked. Yeah. And there is nothing that he could actually do this game other than, well, my one caveat is that I'm going to try to take some leadership and responsibility and say, I'm going to drop potentially 2-3 waves to TP bot and just force something if Xiaoshu decides not to TP, or if he's like on a TP timer. But it's just so hard with this team because it feels like no one can really step up. And Karis was obviously put in a bad position, and he was still trying. He was still trying to work with Tyrion to find stuff, but the level 6 first dragon was such a disaster, Rude.
Yeah, there were so many so many problems from the get-go that WE were always going to struggle. I like the praise of Cube there in the end. I think actually that, you know, you're quite right. There's only so much that he can do as Sion in that game, but the rest of the team not quite up to the marker, and he, you know, bears the consequences of that.
Well, we're not going to get a chance to see who wins player of the series just yet, since they have already commenced the interview, and we've got another series to prepare for and another pair of casters to swap out with. So I want to bid adieu to not only the chat and the production team, but also to Rude, because we don't get a chance to cast with each other that often. Funnily enough, though, we're going to be on tomorrow night again, so that is going to be a good time. So before we get our swap going on, Rude, any last words for the stream?
Yeah, I mean, it's AL versus Wavo Gaming next up, so you guys want to stick around. We want to see how these two teams that haven't yet quite fully found their footing in split number 2 of the LPL, how they can match up against one another here after we pass it off. Those are my parting words, Martha.
Absolutely. AL would love to have a win and get some momentum under their sails. And Weibo, for them, can they continue the positive notes? We'll find out after this.
one series left in our LPL triple header, and it becomes between two teams that were in the top 4 last year, but now are trying to get themselves back up into that spot. It's Anyone's Legend up against Weibo Gaming here on LPL English. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Grapes, joined alongside all, I think for the first time this year, actually. It's good to be here. And we got a really fun series between these two teams that have faced off against each other a fair amount this season.
Yeah, and especially because we're kind of getting into that territory where the second round robin of the split is starting to kick in. We're starting to see some of those rematches, and look, the first week, I think we saw a lot of teams not at their best, so I'm excited to see what these two guys are going to bring, especially as the rematch goes into what is, I think, going to be an important week and a half for both of these orgs.
Absolutely. I mean, you see the standings right now. JDG just taking that win to move up to 4-3, but AL can match them with a victory here, and that would take them into that top 4 position based off of game score. On the other side of things, Weibo, obviously a very rough start to the year. They have looked better as of late, but this would be great testing grounds for an opportunity to break out again. Obviously, we know they are playoff risers, but a little bit of a boost at the end of the regular season would always be a great sign for them. Let's take a look at our starting lineups, though, beginning with Anyone's Legend. This is an interesting team to observe over these last few months because obviously we know them as a team that made it very far internationally last year, that kept the entirety of their roster, but they have not looked exactly the same going into 2026.
Coaching changes, not only coming into the year, but even going into this split with Big Way joining, and I feel like AL are a bit stale here, Grapes. I feel we have seen the best of AL in seasons past, or maybe season singular, and I'm just worried that this team is not really going to hit the same highs that we saw from them in 2025, and that's probably going to hurt some expectations for this team, but still, I think right now what we're looking at is an org, or at least a squad, that is really trying to play through mid-jungle right now, which really hasn't been a style that has, I think, worked generally across the league. We're seeing a ton of success for individual junglers, and then their bot lanes working, whereas this team doesn't really have a top lane, and right now Hope and Kyle are kind of on the outs.
They're trying their best, but yeah, the strategy differences, and you can see they're trying to adjust in certain ways throughout this kind of rebuilding or in-between period, right? It seems like now they're trying to play more around topside. They gave a Vayne game over to Flandra earlier, which you would never have even fathomed a year ago to this day. So just the fact that they're experimenting with these different things goes to show that they're really trying to find a style that works for them in the back half of this regular season. And so are their opponents today. In Weibo, made it all the way to top 3 in split number 1, thanks in part to a 3-1 series win in the lower bracket of the playoffs against Anyone's Legend. But they again also started off 0-3, maybe in part due to some of the roster shuffles that happened with Hong coming back in. They have looked slightly better, though, over these last 3 series.
This is my old man team. I don't know what it is about these guys. Maybe I hate to love them. Maybe it's just like a I love them and they hate me kind of scenario. Because every time I want to root for this team, they like slap me in the face with a loss. They give you the most disgusting losses as well, by the way. 3 games to JDG, that should have never happened. I'm very happy that we got the win over WE. If we were the first team to lose a game to this team, everything's going up. Everyone's going on sale immediately. And no one's contract is safe at that point. And then we win the series versus IG. I don't know where I want to be on this when I'm talking about this org, but what I'm thinking is similar to Split 1, these guys are just old men, all right? We got a bunch of old guys, and then I guess Hong, who's kind of hanging out. Slow risers. It took them a little bit to figure out how they wanted to play, but we got into playoffs, and after they got clapped up by BLG, they were throwing hands with everybody. They won that series versus Top Esports. They obviously beat AL, and then they, made a very convincing statement, I think, trying to beat JDG. But I was still, very much impressed with the way in which we got there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an older team, maybe you got to wake up in the morning a little earlier, you got to stretch things out. It takes you a little time to get back up to full force, and you can see it even in the scoreboards here, starting off 0-3, including a loss to Ninjas in Pajamas, who have been on an absolute surge as of late, but it seems like they've started to adjust a little bit. This 2-0 over WE, potentially some sort of runway for this matchup, this rematch against Anyone's Legend. And again, these two teams, very different, regular seasons, but they have faced off, and that was on day 1 of split number 2. There were some close team fights in general throughout this one, specifically in Game 2, but you could largely chalk this one up to AL just outperforming them in the late game.
I just think the gap in mid and jungle was way too massive. This was still a time where we were trying to see if Elk and Hong were going to kind of get things together. Definitely working on their bot synergy, which has still continued to be a soft issue for these guys. But for what I have seen this season, at least I think the most consistent player for this AL team has been Shanks. The best player on this team has been Tarzan. Just everybody else doesn't seem like they're kind of connecting. I think Hope has had a lot of issues in team fights, similar to someone like Elk, but at least Elk, I've seen enough tape to know that this guy has the hands for it. He has the time to kind of build in some of these big moments and in these series.
And he's definitely looked better as of late. He was obviously able to generate a big lead in this game specifically on the Yunara, but then the Nocturne combo ended up really shutting him down. This time around, he's going to try and pick things up a little bit here. And again, for anyone's legend, they came into the year as such huge favorites, right? It was them and BLG. Which one of them is going to win? Which one of them is going to join them at the international competition? And that kind of was reflected in the fact that AL finished first in the regular season at the end of the split. But then since that kind of loss in the playoffs, the crash out, you might even say, against a team like Weibo, all of a sudden they've been kind of middling. And the interesting thing to note here is that, very different directions. Weibo is the team that started low and ended high at the end of the season, and AL is a team that started off high but was unable to convert towards the back half.
What a weird regular season we had in Split 1, by the way, because Weibo, they literally did they did 2 and 3 in the first half, and then they went 3 and 2 in the back half, and got 2 different series wins versus JDG, which secured them 3rd place. It was very surprising to see them continue to perform. And while we're talking about it, I'm glad that we get to see this from the official broadcast and us here on LPL English. We both think that the mid lane matchup is something to watch here for this head-to-head. It has been, again, Shanks the most consistent, and Xiaohu, so far this split, there has been some questionable games, but he is getting there. And I think especially with where mid is headed, where I think individual dominance isn't necessarily name of the game. You have things like Annie popping up, Twisted Fate is still popular, and then there's like these small niche champions like the LeBlanc versus Lissandra matchup. I think Xiaohu's actually starting to get it together. That's a very scary thing to say if Weibo's legendary mid laner that they've built this entire org around essentially for the last 3 years is actually starting to play like his namesake.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 years have been up and down, to say the least, for a player like Xiaohu. Has some really high highs, but some low lows. We're in that high phase, at least as of now, and I think, all to your point, part of it is because of the freedom that he's been allowed to play with more recently, getting to whip out things like the Lissandra, which is a specialty of his, like the LeBlanc, which he had a great time against WE with. But, WE's one thing. Now you got to go up against Shanks, who we have been saying really probably the most consistent player or one of the better players on this team throughout the regular season so far. And we'll see if this time Xiaohu is able to match up against him, because that's been the struggle for him, right? What can Xiaohu do when facing off against maybe some higher level competition?
I'm gonna just go on a limb here. Am I cool to nerd out for a second with some numbers?
Absolutely.
Okay. So we had a graphic earlier talking about the first 3 series versus the last 3 series, and I wanted to go back and look at some of the goal differences at 15s. Almost every player on Weibo has actually improved their goal difference at 15, except this bottom lane. Elk in their first 3 series, on average, was averaging 1,800 goal difference at 15. He is now at 32 in those last 3. And we're talking about strength of schedule. The last 3 for Weibo are IG, JDG, and WE. You would think it would be much bigger when the first 3 are AL, NIP, and BLG.
Which are, you could argue 3 of the better bot lanes that we have in the leagues. Specifically NIP has been playing an absolutely insane level, and then you have Viper and On, whose legacies and reputations speak for themselves. A lot of pressure here for Elk and Hong. They've got to, kind of carry some of that weight against an AL bot lane that has been stumbling a little bit as of late. That was how they got to their top 3 finish just a split ago, riding the coattails of Elk, essentially, who went on to I think, win MVP or at least be the best bot laner that we had in split number 1. So a lot on that side of things. And on anyone's Legend side, just got to get back to the formulas that were working well for them. And if those don't exist, finding other avenues. We know that they've been experimenting. Do they want to try to play around Flandra a little bit more, or try to just hammer home this bot side? Only time will tell as we get the walkout started and getting ready for our final series of the day. It's a weird situation, right? Because we have our 3 series day on Saturdays. But we're starting the second series about the same time that we normally start the ones on a 2 series day. It's been quick so far.
I want to thank WE for their legendary performance so far in the split and tonight, and also thank our first series, Top Esports. At least it was a banger 2-0. That was like the least 2-0 series of tonight, and maybe this will also be one. AL have not taken a 3-game series so far in split number 2, so could be some one and done. I keep making a joke this is going to be a 6-game day. I know our producers really hating. A lot of our mod team also hates me for doing this. So
yeah, you're just cursing. We're both cursing the broadcast right now. So.
I'm locked in for a 6-0 day. I have it on my predictions. I know I tweeted out AL 2-0, but at the last minute, something came over me. I feel like the shadow of Xiaohu was over my figure, and he just said, believe in the boys. So I'm going to change my prediction to a Weibo 2-0.
That's a lot of pressure that you're putting on Weibo right now, and also just a curse waiting to happen. So you've just been throwing curses left, right, and center. That's a good thing for us on the broadcast side. We're only here for like one of the series of the day. Our producers, our socials team, our mods, they're here for like the long haul. So we can always make the jokes. At max, we're here like 3 hours or so. But maybe not the same for the rest of our really hardworking team, which you should all send your love and support to as we get ready for Game 1 of this series.
I was just making sure that our producer is not going to blow up. Look, quick day, like you said. And a couple of things going into this series that I want to talk about. One, this is the second series we're going to see from Weibo, where Coach Kim, previously of Gen G from last year and some other really legendary rosters in the past, is going to be coaching on stage. So we'll get to see more of kind of what the effect of having him here with the team is going to do. And when we talk about the actual in-game stuff, I'm wondering how many level 1 kind of strategies we're going to see from Weibo, because I feel like the way that they've been using Zika is very much in contrast to how everybody else in the league has been using their top laners. We're talking about level 1s, we're bringing him over for side lanes, and I think Flandra is also a player who kind of fits that mold especially.
Yeah, do some wacky stuff early. I know it wasn't super popular at the start of the season because of the changes to the minion spawn timers, but teams have started to figure out kind of how the level 1s can end up still becoming very impactful. We saw a player JJ really make things tough against Tyrion and WE just a couple of days ago with some of that early.
Everyone does that.
He had a good Game 1 against them, but Game 2 definitely was not the same. We saw something very similar against JDG as well. So we get ready for picks and fans here of Game number 1. It'll be anyone's Legend with first pick. Weibo on blue side, pretty stock standard for how things have gone in the LPL. Ryze taken away, one of the most played champions for both of these mid lane captains, and then the jungle pool getting pinched just a tad as well.
So Orianna, I think that right now we're kind of looking at getting Nocturne starting to open up. This could also be the return of a champion like Xin Zhao or Vi. I know Xin Zhao has kind of dropped in priority in the last couple of weeks. Karma getting banned. So for AL, what is our first pick going to be? I do think we have to start thinking about 80 carries immediately. You most likely want to grab things like Corki, which has been just the strongest laner alongside him. Or are we just going to reach for Yunara? Maybe we just blind some top laners. I know top lane is very volatile right now, and I think that Ambessa is probably the best top laner right now on the patch.
And something that Flandra has been more comfortable going to as of late. Also has some flexibility into the jungle, obviously. Somebody like Tarzan very much could pick that up. But it's going to be Ezreal here for Hope early. Not necessarily at the top of the tier list in terms of what bot laners have really been in the meta, especially with Karma taken away, but something that Hope will obviously always be very comfortable on.
I think this is a good snipe because I remember last year watching Elk on Ezreal, and there's just no reason to have this guy on this champion. He is way too cracked on this. I go back to that IG series halfway through the year, and he was putting out massive damage. So a good takeaway. Rumble makes sense. I guess you're probably more afraid of giving away Ambessa if there's a potential Renekton coming on through down the pipeline. And now with this Nocturne, it does mean that AL are going to have to play some kind of neutralizer top lane, and some kind of self-sufficient mid lane, most likely going to be Azir for Shanks, because Nocturne can now have a side lane that he can play for later on, and that can make setting up for objectives a little bit more difficult for AL.
Yeah, not going to be comboed with the Ori, but still a lot of cool mid-jungle combos that you can set up here with this Nocturne pick for JJ. We saw him do pretty good on it earlier this season. The Bard getting locked in alongside the Ezreal, pretty standard, especially with the Karma taken away. And there's your Mbessa that you're talking about, holding flex potential entering the second phase.
Okay, so we're going to be looking to potentially try to maneuver our way around a dive. Shouldn't be a champion that I think Nocturne's going to be really happy about going to this lane anyway. So Ezreal, Bard, Mbessa, this gives a lot of flexibility for AL's draft because they have the engage. They kind of have what I would consider like conditional crowd control. Bard ultimate is great, Mbessa ult is awesome, but you need to land these kinds of skills. And so what is going to be the pieces that AL build around to give them either, you know, a more sharper identity here? Again, I think Azir is probably going to be what they're looking for Shanks, and then put Tarzan on some kind of engaged jungler. Something's going to give them a front line. Whereas Weibo, strong enough solos, and now let's just take away tanks, take away champions that are going to stop us from being able to kind of brute force our way, especially with this top and mid with a Rumble and Aurora.
See the Ashe Seraphine lane immediately being taken away by AL. They don't want Elk and Hong on something that can really oppress an Ezreal, especially if isolated with Bard going on some roam timers. Surprised to see like a Xin Zhao not taken away just yet. This has been a very strong champion in general, and something that Tarzan definitely could get his hands on, but it's going to be Vi instead, because right now AL have really set themselves up for a lot of pick potential with this Mbessa and Bard. They don't want to triple down on that with Tarzan locking in the Vi. I'd imagine you go jungle here and just give up the flex, but there's always the potential to do something a little bit different. Only time will tell as we're awaiting for actually Weibo to pick up this selection. I always get confused with the... It's been 4 months and I'm still getting mixed up with the size. I'm not gonna lie.
That's okay. That's okay. It happens. We have to pick our bottom lane here, obviously. I think you can still go for like a Yunara and Lulu combo. You can take that away for later in the series. Zaya's definitely gotten more priority, but I don't know if it's necessarily like a game one we want to go into this kind of identity immediately. For AL, in terms of jungle right now, with Vi gone, I do think that we are picking up a Naafiri. I think Naafiri versus what Weibo are showing right now has a lot of ins and outs that she can try to dive into, and especially for chasing down champions like the Aurora inside lane, that sounds like misery to play against with a Bard as well. So here's that Azir. We already talked about it as kind of the priority for Shanks so far, his most played by far. And what is going to be the front line for AL? Is it just going to be a lone Skarner? This is, I think, a very tricky composition. Again, a lot of conditional crowd control here for AL. If they can hold battle lines, Ezreal Azir should be able to kind of whittle away at Weibo to make it uncomfortable for them to go into any of these team fights.
Yeah, you know, you understand the need for a front line, you know, with the Mundo nerf. Skarner probably the strongest like tank jungler on this current patch, but other than the ultimate and maybe, you know, a slam into the wall with your E, that's like the only quote-unquote point-and-click crowd control that anyone's legend have. If they want to utilize these picks, it's going to have to come off of good finds from Kyle or somebody like Flandre out of Fog of War, landing a public execution. So a lot on Tarzan this game to set up plays, which is not necessarily the easiest, especially in the early game on Skarner. As for Weibo, got a lot of go buttons to enter fights. I was going to say they didn't have a lot of hard CC, but Hong locking in the Nico is a great answer here in this double range matchup.
They're going to be diving. You know, we have a Nocturne. We can be looking for things on Azir on sides. What I don't want to see from Weibo is them kind of letting their foot off the gas here in this draft. They have a lot of ways of interacting with some of the slippier members of this AL composition, and that just means dragons are going to be so much more important. If you get into a situation where we're standing 5-on-5s, I think versus Azir Ezreal, we're going to lose that. We need to pull the trigger, and I think that's going to create a lot of really fun scenarios here. I'm going to say it's good or bad, but it's going to be fun at the very least.
I mean, yeah, these teams, I don't know if you could put a label good or bad on them, but they've been fun at the very least. You know, specifically Weibo over these last few weeks. We'll see if that continues, and as these teams push towards a top 4 spot and a guaranteed playoff berth, they'll be able to deliver right here. Weibo want revenge from the regular season. AL trying to keep their regular season series perfect against Weibo so far. It's game 1 here on LPL English.
It's game 1, Weibo fans. We're allowed to be happy. We're allowed to be excited. We'll wait until game number 2, whether or not we're allowed to continue to feel things. We've been seeing a lot of jungle invades. It is very tough to contest Nocturne level 1, but look at this. Look, Flandre winning through blue buff.
Hey, this is the level 1 strats that you were talking about. Now Tarzan and JJ duking it out, but the Zembetsu's going to be here first. She'll lose a little bit of XP on the top side, but that will be worth it if it can delay JJ's clear. Just waiting to see who exactly claims this. It looks like, yeah, JJ will be out all right.
Okay. I was going to say, so this is a much different kind. He's going to stay. Yeah, he needs to stay for this kind of jungle path to work. He has lethal tempo, which is a little bit different than the Conqueror, which is what we saw from Guwon. Gives him more individual skirmishing power, but imagine if he landed the Nocturne Q on both him and Mbessa and then walks into Raptors. It would have been very nuts.
The dueling power still belongs to JJ, even though he is level 1, now trying to fight Tarzan for these Krugs. He has his smite available, and Tarzan does not, so it should be an easy contest. Now Tarzan's going to be in trouble. He pops a W for a little bit of extra shield, and will actually win out on the 1v1. That extra HP ends up proving vital, as Tarzan and AL pick up first blood.
Tarzan, there we go. There we go. And we get the level. Okay, we get all the health back there. Yeah, that Grasp of the Undying proc for Tarzan, I think, is what kind of saved him here in this play. And getting all of that extra damage, Flandre obviously helping. I don't know how else to say this, Grapes, but that sucks for Weibo.
You can see the vision a little bit, right? You think Nocturne, if you can win the smite fight, JJ's been very good at that recently. You're absolutely able to smash this Skarner, but perhaps it was a bit of a sunk cost fallacy there for JJ. After you lose the Raptor fight, you're down a level. We thought it would work out, but he kept, sticking around, taking poke from Tarzan. He has more spells, obviously, being level 2. And now this Skarner is going to be absolutely off to the races here.
Yeah, and Skarner has a very open build path right now. A lot of people are moving away from immediately starting off on Heartsteel, but that's always a thing that you can do. There's a lot of range this game, so probably not going to be on the cards. You might see things like the Protoplasm Harness. There is Xiaohu getting engaged upon by Shanks, probably going to have to recall and then TP. The bot lane's already kind of getting off to a good lead here for AL, so it's a 300 gold lead, but in terms of jungle pressure here in this game, it's going to feel very, very difficult to maneuver if you're one of these Weibo solo laners.
Luckily for JJ, he's actually not too far behind. I mean, obviously he's far behind, but he still has his entire top side to clear. Maybe could go for that second spawn of the Raptors, and it looks like that might be the game plan, but no, Tarzan knows better than to allow for his opponent to have that, so he will end up going there first. But still, JJ will be able to farm up decently well. But as you mentioned, the thing that is important here for both Skarner and Nocturne, they need level 6, and Tarzan's going to be there just a tad quicker because of this.
I was gonna do the stupid, let's point at the graph here. My mid laner has prio, yours does not. Those are my Raptors now, Mr. Didya. So, that's unfortunate for him.
Wow,
another
Shanks
trade in mid lane.
him here.
Yeah, I wonder if we could get the Observer, if I could just mind control the LPL Observers to show me Shanks' champion order. Okay, he's just going for W, he's just maxing W second. I was going to maybe ask if this was going to be an E. I know that fools and people online, at least on Twitter, have been kind of trying to formulate some different Azir skill max orders, because in matchups like these where you might get poked out a lot, E actually gives you ability to deal more damage.
Ooh,
oh, another invade.
Trying to go for this steal of the Krugs, but actually just ends up eating a chunk of damage from Tarzan. The H-Shell's impact slams him into the wall. JJ might just be dead here. Gonna be able to get on out, and now Zika has arrived to the fight, but Kyle is here as well. Get in the journey! They will hop over the portal into safety. Tarzan lives with less than 100 HP.
If everybody at home is wondering, why is JJ doing this on repeat? There is currently a ongoing arms race for jungle camps where at the beginning of the year, we were doing this whole, let's get to Scuttle, and then we'll hit level 6, or we'll have our upgraded Smite for Dragon, and all of that shebang. But now that we've had more time with the meta, and specifically with jungle camps, junglers are just invading, especially for Raptors, because if you can get 2 stolen Raptor camps...
Kyle still has Flash, so should be alright. Pope has lethal tempo proc. I apologize, continue here.
No, it's not your fault. They just decided they wanted to trade while I'm going on this really long-winded jungle. Anyway... all that to say is that if you steal enough jungle camps early, you can prevent your enemy jungler from hitting level 6, you'll hit it significantly faster than your opponent with also your own jungle camps. That's basically what's the conversation has been.
And then what JJ is doing now is, because he lost a couple of camps early, it's almost like you're trying to win back the LP by queuing up immediately after. You just go for another invade, try to even the score. Doesn't look like that happens though, as Tarzan is going to hit level 6 first, but not before he ends up starting this dragon. Could allow for JJ to take this crab, go into the Raptors, and maybe try to catch up a little bit, but it will come at the cost of this permanent buff being awarded to anyone's legend, which is always a good thing to have, especially for a composition that I would say scales pretty well into the late game.
I think on 2 and 3 items, you are super afraid as Weibo to try to play against this composition. There are some ways to get out. Obviously, Kaisa, I think, is like a big get-out-of-jail-free card if you give her one good team fight. And when we're talking about jungle, again, right, like, you give up those dragons, yes, but like you were mentioning, Weibo, or JJ and Weibo still have some camps on their side of the map. And so mostly this is information gathering. It has gone in favor of AL, but it means that Tarzan, they kind of can see where he is. JJ is really just playing human ward at this point, and we'll kind of move away from Dragon. I will refrain from trying to mention either of these two junglers for the next 3 minutes, but no promises, everybody.
Hey, these have been, you know, two of the better performing junglers this season, despite the records that we have in
I can already
these
feel
games.
the one guy in chat, bro. I can feel his energy. Same way that I had Xiaohu on my right shoulder, maybe like Devil and Angel. It's the one guy in chat.
All right, speaking of junglers, we got Tarzan up here onto Zika. He uses the Equalizer to just try to clear the wave out, but that's not going to help him at all. Impale lands. That's going to be first kill over to anyone's legend up on the top side. Tarzan moves up to 2-0 as Zika falls.
Ooh, and he's going to get this entire wave. Jeja is going to steal away red buff. All right. You know what? Maybe I should just get fired here. I mentioned we're not even making a full minute at this point. I'm not even making a full minute.
We'll continue discussion here, though. I mean, TN is probably, you know, I think we can all agree, playing like the best jungler in the league right now. After
Best
that,
player in the league. Go.
probably these two and 3.
I actually just got into a conversation about this because fellow co-streamer Aragon decided to put out his weekly tier list of the players.
I think,
and
yeah,
I had a lot of disagreements with this because there were some placements on here that needed to be discussed. He had Xiaoshu and Flandra at 3rd and 4th top laners. Incorrect. Yeah, no, definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, Flandra's average gold lead so far this season is pretty poor, I would say.
I mean, look at the gold right. He got the kill top lane. It's still down 30 CS.
He's still down. Zika, we didn't even mention this, by the way. He has Ignite top lane. And
true.
If JJ had done like the early invades and more particularly let himself die around those Krugs, I think there was a possibility for them to look for top lane ganks.
Tarzan looking for a play onto the Weibo bottom lane. Tempered Fate landing onto Hong. Build is going to be able to use that heal to barely stay alive, and a teleport has come in. It will be Xiaohu joining the fray in a 4v4 with Jeje waiting in the wings. Try to pop that paranoia. Looks like that go button won't be issued just yet, as AL have done a nice job to disengage. But it's a nice job by Weibo to keep their support alive.
This is good. We're going to be moving into a dragon, however, in 2 minutes, where now there's no flash on Hong for them to be able to match. And that could mean that AL start off this game with 2 dragons. And we had already kind of given them from draft at least our advantage when we're talking about moving later into the game. And for as much as we have talked about some of the individual leads for someone like Zika here, I'm still looking at the rest of the map right now, and I see an Ezreal that is completely unperturbed. I see an Azir that is going even with Aurora early and is about to get a plate as well. I'm very okay with this state of the game if I'm anyone's legend. And for Weibo, I asked for them to play a much faster, stronger early game.
The problem is, in these with the way these compositions are structured, I should say, Weibo can't really get in very easily, right? The only form of long-range engage is Jeje on the Paranoia, but if you just have a Nocturne running straight in there without any follow-up, it's pretty difficult to play things out. We saw it play out right there around the bottom side. Jeje was there, he had R, not going to press it into a 1v4, and Hong, being very low as the secondary engage, he still has to get up all close and personal for Elk to even go in with that killer instinct. And so with AL being able to play with range and with Hope and Shanks continuing to build up items and continue to scale, it's going to become even more difficult for Weibo to find the fights that they're looking for.
The platonic ideal of this fight from Weibo is that Nocturne turns off the lights and then that allows for Hong to kind of just play like super sleuth, and he kind of walks through Fog of War. AL don't see that there's a Nico being set up, and then you get the big pop blossom. That's where I'm looking at their composition to really spike. They have to have one big fight that goes their way and continue to snowball off of that, and honestly just rinse and repeat, right? But they have a 500 goal lead at 11 minutes. You're still okay if you are AL. You still have plenty of kind of room to maneuver, and I think Flandre has one of the biggest tasks this game. Even though he is down 30 CS, this Mbessa can just land the public execution onto one of these immobile members, and suddenly the entire fight blows open.
Both teams very conditional engages, which means we're going to get some wonky team fights and also probably some situations where teams just look at each other for a little bit before deciding they don't actually want to go in. Might see something here similarly around the Dragon, as it already has been started up by anyone's Legend. Weibo would love to avoid having to give up 2 straight to their opposition, but Elk already has to flash away from that Tempered Fate, and a teleport in from Flandre means that is all that will happen down there. It'll be Dragon for some more plates, as Weibo has continuously gone for the gold over the neutral objectives.
Yeah, I was looking at the wave top lane, and Zika was getting ready to crash, and Mbessa was already standing underneath the turret. Because if Nocturne turns off the ultimate, or turns off the lights, then there's no point, there's no ability for Mbessa to TP. So has to do it preemptively, and that'll mean that it'll open up a very large lead for Zika, who now has completed his Leandries. I think that this Herald fight in 3 minutes is going to be really, really pivotal.
Why go for Herald? We could fight over 3rd Scuttle Crab, though.
Yeah!
Looks like that's going to be the focus now for Weibo. Tangle Barbs land on to the Skarner. With the weirding as well, it's going to chunk him down to half HP. Victory for Weibo. Well done.
No notes. No notes
we
for me.
We didn't get the Dragon. We got the Crab.
No.
The Crab is worth more gold.
Yeah.
So who's really winning here, guys?
I remember we talked about that with the gank that they had played on the bottom side from AL. Hung had no flash going into that Dragon. So now we're going to be playing the next Dragon with no flash on Kaisa instead. And this Herald is kind of the big ticket item, I think, for both of these teams. For AL, I think it is an important... This objective in general has gotten such a big buff that now you can jump into the Herald, and we've seen a lot of application where it is not just now place the Herald in a lane, take the turret, and trade for the next objective. You actually can use it in the middle of a team fight and completely change everything with massive knockups and big slows coming in from this beast that you can ride now. So if you give this over as AL, Weibo are going to have 3 grubs and the Herald, which turns into a hell of a lot of money.
And right now, Weibo have the gold lead, but you'd imagine by the time the clock hits 15, Hope just finished the Trinity Force. You'd imagine that Shanks would have the Naturous Tooth as well. All the one-item power spikes would kind of exist on all 10 members, and at that point, gold lead doesn't really matter that much, and that is a good situation for anyone's Legend to be in. So Weibo gonna have to try to make something happen around the Herald. We haven't seen a single issuance of some of these big ticket ultimates like the Paranoia, like the Pop Blossom. Gonna want to see that sooner rather than later at this point off.
I made this joke with Slayer that for us, we always talk about like the first TF ultimate or the first Paranoia, but if you wait to use it till later, then maybe that's when the game really gets good for you, right? Like if the first one is just going to always be bad, you just wait until you get a good opportunity, and then it's like, wow, this Nocturne pick is amazing, and then you get player of the game like that if you win.
Or you wait till you get level 11, and then it's twice as strong. Yeah, so...
Dude!
Big brain.
That's great logic, actually.
Don't think he's going to have it for the Herald, though. He's still just stings level 10. Shout out to JJ, though. He just caught up admirably after the initial invade gone wrong in Tarzan's red side jungle. Part of it is because he's Nocturne, and he's playing up against a tank Skarner, who doesn't necessarily care about that at this point. But this Nocturne still in the game, and he's going to be a fine vessel for what is 3 lanes that are currently ahead of their AL counterparts.
I don't think AL are playing for this. I mean, Kyle's putting Vision on the bottom side 1.5 minutes before the next Dragon. Azir just TP'd bottom lane, so currently the objective for AL is get ourselves set up for this play on the bottom lane, put ourselves on Soul Point in 1.5 minutes time, and if they can collect all of these plates on this bottom tier 1 for Azir, you're massively ahead.
So the teleport from Xiaohu, I was wondering if that was worth it necessarily, but with all the control that Weibo have on the top side. It'll be an easy pickup of first tower. So despite anyone's legend controlling the kill score and also controlling the dragons at this point, we got that third one spawning in 60 seconds. Weibo have done a nice job getting themselves in good positions gold-wise. Once these resets end up coming through, we'll start to see these next major components start to arrive, and that's going to be how Weibo are going to have to fight these next few minutes with the wallets, making sure that they are stronger than their opponents in the item department.
I think I know the answer to this question, but does Weibo actually walk into this next dragon fight? Because yes, they have a 1,500 gold lead right now, but they are missing some summoner spells like we were mentioning. And I wonder if it is worth it for us to say, like, we're going to play every dragon after this anyway, but I would rather have a 2-item Kaisa than a 1.5 versus Trinity Force. Maybe you might want to make the estimation that an Asher's Tooth is good on Azir, but not enough to win you the fight. And you have this Herald, like I was mentioning.
Well, it looks like they're going to fight for it, because that's what LPL teams do. Hong goes in, lands the Pop Blossom, though, onto Shanks, and immediately follows with the Killer Instinct. Hong, though, very out of position after all going for broke on that play. And Tarzan and Elk have already forced flashes, and that Impale is coming. It does not connect, though, and Jiahu goes between worlds and equalizes a lot of AoE damage, but Flandra is absolutely in the back line, taking Elk down to below 200. The rest of Weibo have to do some work. Zika is the most fed member on his team. He goes forward to try to find hope, but he will not be successful as he is the second casualty in this fight. Weibo try to save Soul Point, but it ended up costing them 2 kills and a little bit more.
So, I know we were waiting for the first Nocturnal. He turned off all of the vision for AL, but never pressed the second activation of the spell. We're going to look at this again. And look at Hong. I just think this is way too greedy from Hong. Where is the angle? Zika still has to TP for this. Aurora's on the bottom side of the river right now, and there's no one that's going to be able to join from you. So Weibo's new support essentially just costed them this entire fight. And there's a lot of flashes being burned. This is Tarzan being so tanky, even though he has all HP items, that nobody from Weibo can chunk through him. He has 3,000 HP, and we have a Proto Belt or a Rocket Belt Aurora. We're not killing this guy. And now we go back to Pit Live, and Xiaohu has died. So Cloud Soul Point here for AL, and we've cut that gold lead entirely.
Right back to even we are, and so Weibo, any semblance of an advantage that they had is now gone. They just had to be earlier to that dragon play, right? Knowing that AL's composition is really good at poking and you know, dishing out damage from far away. You can't sit around the dragon waiting, so they had to go for the snap engage, but as you mentioned, their soul laners weren't there on time, so Weibo had to be a little bit quicker to the play there, and they did not end up doing so, and because of that, they end up losing 3 extended members off of that play. And now we're really going to have to fight in the next 3.5 minutes or so, and I don't know if they're really ever going to be in a position where they will be advantaged.
Let's see 2 items, because Hope just finished Manamune, and he's going to hit 1 minion with the Q, and then he's going to have Muramana, and then what are we doing? If this Herald doesn't get a crash,
Nope.
Oh, okay. Yep. Bar Tech. Does it get rid... Oh, that's a scam. Does that really get rid of the crystalline overgrowth? Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Doesn't feel like intentional game design, but shout out to Kyle. It worked out well for them. Looks like Weibo going to have to make a play here onto the top side. Shanks trying to teleport away, but he gets burned down, and a shutdown goes over to Xiaohu. Weibo finally on the board, but it'll cost him a couple plates mid.
It's not only these couple plates, but they're losing waves on this bottom side, so it's better for Xiaohu, but overall still a good game state to play from AL. Weibo are going to have to keep doing dirty tactics, keep trying to just force on different waves. Zika especially with all of his priority, and they know that he's kind of leaning towards topside with all of his vision. They really want to try to find something here.
Tarzan going for the invade onto his own Raptor camp, might end up getting punished for it, but look how healthy he is with the Bandle Pipes. Hasn't even popped the second item yet either. Finally getting the regen from the Protoplasm Harness, and this Skarner not going to die very easily against this Weibo composition.
Dude, Hong is so lucky. Let me not jinx this, please. Okay. Alright, Zika wasn't anywhere near that, and remember, that's a big portion of their gold lead. I feel personally responsible for this game state. As I said, on Twitter, I put out AL are 2-0ing this series, and in the last moment, I was like, the Weibo Hopium will come through. I will get paid off for this Hopium. And now we're here. I'm not excited about Weibo's chances in this game 1 right now.
We're talking so doomer for a game that is 200 gold as the delta right now, but just the way the compositions function, it's soul point.
Right?
No, exactly. It's very difficult for Weibo to play these fights out, as we have already seen just about 4.5 minutes ago, and Tarzan gets another victory over JJ, this time smiting away the Nocturne's red buff. And so Weibo gonna have to try to find some answers real quick. You'd imagine it's some miracle work out of a player like Elk, who has constantly delivered in these team fights throughout his career. He's 0-0-0 right now, but that's going to have to change rather soon.
The Super Donut. I hope to never see an 80 carry 0-0-0. Something has gone horribly wrong if we end a game, and that's the case. But this is 2-item Kai'Sa. And like I said earlier, Kai'Sa is your get-out-of-jail-free card. She is your kind of X-Factor champion that, if allowed to generate any kind of value in a team fight, she will win you that fight. But half a level down, and still looking at how tanky, especially a champion like Tarzan, even with the health shred of a Kai'Sa's plasma procs, it's dubious at best right now. I need to see Zika join this next fight and have massive impact as well, because he has gotten a lot of gold to do very little, not necessarily to his own fault. A lot of these fights have been some misplays, especially from Weibo.
It's not great setup for the equalizers either, other than the Pop Blossom that we've already mentioned, but you see Hong's very squishy, so as soon as he goes in, likely a one-way trip, and you see the pressure and the power that AL have being able to control this Dragon Pit with the poke that they already possess. Those Mystic shots, just the Sand Soldiers zoning away Weibo as Tarzan has already started up the potential Dragon that would claim them the soul. Weibo have to make a play happen, and Hong finds it. It's a 3-man Pop Blossom, but will it be enough? The Nico will immediately fall, but a Tempered Fate finds Elk as soon as he dashes in with the Killer Instinct. He ends up trying to find hope. He flashes in, is able to take him down, and is still full HP. Elk trying to play the hero at this point, but Tarzan will take down his teammate, and Shanks dies on the other side. Weibo looking for the fight. It's a 2v2 now as Elk has gone down, and Shanks and Tarzan looking to finish off the job. Zhao, who's all out of juice, and will have to watch his top laner drop. It is 4 kills in favor of anyone's legend, and they will claim the Cloud Soul for themselves.
I want to look back at that fight, but I think Flandra had such a pivotal role in that. His public execution landed onto Xiaohu and took the Aurora right out from underneath Weibo. They could have played in mid for their troubles, but I think you're always going to take that trade as AL now have the Cloud Soul, and we asked for this composition that's going to be strong on 2 and 3 items to deliver. Hong's not even able to find Shanks there. That was a 3-man Pop Blossom, and if it can't get better than that, if you're not able to win from that scenario, I think that's a go next angle coming in for Weibo Gaming.
It feels like if you swap the 80 carries on this team, both sides might be a little bit happier, specifically for Weibo, but Hong going in here, again, you have to do that. You're the only engaged, but then again, you're a Nico.
And this Bard ultimate from Kyle just very much smurfs it. Flandra and Kyle did fantastic here in this fight, just completely canceling out any of the damage from Weibo's front. And I'm looking at Zika and I'm like, dude, I feel so bad for you, because if Xiaohu had spells, if Xiaohu had even 400 extra HP, I think it's a very real turn coming in from the solo lanes. But AL are able to really play that very well. I think, again, the outside lanes here, the 2 roles on the opposite side of the map are playing exceedingly well. And we've said that a lot for a player like Kyle. Flandra so far, I think, has been very good on the
turn off,
right now.
There's the public execution onto Xiaohu, and he will go down again as the Baron might now be the target of conversation. Anyone's Legend still looking to maintain their presence in the mid lane. Weibo have no answer at this point. This should certainly be the big purple worm going down.
Yep, and Mbessa's already starting it. Thank you, Flandra. You know, Flandra, for as much hate as sometimes he gets, you know, mechanically speaking, he has not been the most solid. I'll hold this as I think Weibo are going to look for a re-engage as a 4-on-5, but I think they know the game's over.
JJ's going to have to try to find some miracle. The Equalizer does a good chunk, and there's a Tangle Barbs onto Shanks. JJ's trying to get in the pit. Oh, he has a chance for the steal, but it will not go over as Tarzan collects it, and that will be wraps. It's a delayed ace, actually just a full ace here for anyone's Legend, as that is certainly going to be the game. There's the Durex ad at a perfect time, because this one is wrapped up.
You did. All right. I don't know how to segue from that. So, we can move on to game number 2 here. And look, even Xiaohu is not safe underneath. He might need the Durixat again.
Yeah, no protection here underneath the turret. Another ace, this time for Shanks, 7-1-5 on his signature champion. And Anyone's Legend have played this one out to a T.
Well, if you're only scoreboard watching, this looks like how I dreamt up of an AL win. Mid-jungle looking really solid, playing their way to win, and then you just take advantage of that. But so far this game, it has been Tarzan, it has been Shanks, but a lot of it has been Flandra helping out. They're going to try to look for
It's a good opportunity here. Yeah, Fear onto Shanks. Lethal tempo proc for JDG, but he's not able to get the kill. Number 8 into the back pocket of the Birdman. Tarzan goes forward, able to take Elk down. And, you know, they had an opportunity to try and find something. But try as they might, AL still end up on top. The base will start to get knocked open as the rest of Anyone's Legends will march into the Weibo base.
At least Weibo are making it fast. They're like, oh, we lost the Baron, we lost the Soul. We kind of know this game's not getting much better for us, so AL are going to now move forward. They have their Azir also walking through soon.
Public execution. There is a lot of crowd control as well. Tarzan with a 2-man impale. We've seen the ace. I'm starting to learn Chinese for ace at this point because it's shown up so many times on our screen. Yeah. Nexus now exposed. The dominance in the regular season against Weibo for AL continues with a stunning Game 1 win.
MVP Hong this game. Fantastic play on the Nico. Set up AL for the win twice.
I feel like we're saying that a little bit too much. This split.
Well, then he shouldn't be doing it then.
Okay.
You know?
You can blame Hong, but I feel like I would blame Big Way maybe a little bit more for making this Nico the primary engage when you have a Nocturne running at you like this. Typically with like the Nocturne compositions, you have something like an Orianna that can follow up with the Shockwave, or even, you know, some long range things like a Leona ultimate or something like that. Hong having to just throw his body to allow for any attempt at something to go right for Weibo was clearly not a very winning formula.
Nope. And it was going so well, right? Like, they played towards top side. They got their gold from Flandra, which every other lane, every other team that has played against AL have done. It's like, thank you, Flandra. I will take my 300 gold. I'll take your plates. And then we'll try to use our top laner later. I think this was a very weird game where we didn't get to see Weibo really use Zika in a very great way. A lot of times, as soon as he TPs or as soon as he walked into a fight, boom, he's already, like, the fight's kind of already over by the time he gets there, and he has to go into salvage mode, go into repair whatever kind of broken fight that he has to walk into. And not necessarily his fault, because he did play for, you know, laning runes. He took Flash Ignite. He tried to bully this Mbessa in the lane. He just doesn't also have access to the enhanced teleport that comes with the role quest if you take TP. So he doesn't even get to play like pseudo frontliner with things like Leandries and having more HP going in to kind of pseudo frontline for them.
Yeah, I mean, you think about the champions Kaisa and Rumble for Elk and Zika, both played very well. Not a ton of great tools around them to allow for them to succeed, as we have continuously mentioned. Xiaohu had a bit of a tough game starting from the early game against Shanks' Azir, who absolutely played a great game on that champion, which has not done too well in the meta as of late, but you know when Shanks locks it in, it's going to be impactful. But it felt like no matter how strong Zika or Elk were, they were playing those team fights very well. I think Elk around that Soul fight actually had a really good team fight, but the rest of the pieces weren't able to deliver for them.
Didn't matter at that point because guess what? Your entire team is kind of dead already, and it sucks because Kaisa now, at least this year, at least this split, is now 1-3 going after this match. And another scenario where even though we got to 2 items and we were kind of feeling comfortable, you're matching your items with enemy Ezreal, which feels okay. Tarzan was way too tanky this game. Like, 2 items with Protoplasm and with Bandle Pipes, and this guy's unkillable versus Kaisa with Rageblade already. Like, that, in my mind, shouldn't really happen, but with the state of his items and just where he was in the game, it was near impossible. I think we were going to see Elk really kind of have that Look at this! He's only auto-attacking Tarzan, and it's not that many, to be fair, but, like, he can never get damage down in these fights.
Yeah, and as we mentioned time and time again, Flandra can fall behind in the laning phase and still be super impactful in the late game. That's what we've known him for over the last few years, I would say, specifically with Anyone's Legend, and he proved it again against, it was a good performance by Zika. Here's that fight one more time. We can take a look at what Elk was able to do. He tried his best, man. He flashes over the Azir ultimate, and then it's a really smart move by Shanks, even though he's getting collapsed upon, by Xiaohu here. He ends up turning his attention back on to the Kaisa because he knows that he's the biggest threat.
I don't know, Grapes. Looks like jungle diff to me.
Yeah.
Looks like jungle
Fair
diff
enough.
to me.
Tarzan, very impactful in this game. He never was really in a situation where it looked like he could die. I don't think he did in this game, and it makes a decent amount of sense.
My prediction, man. I shouldn't have.
Hey, you still have the chance for the 2-1, and you could take like the half point. That's still possible.
Technically, in my sheet, it only counts as if I get the team right. So
hey, Weibo got the bad game out from under them then, and then now they'll turn it around. Surely.
Yeah, and this was such a weird game as well, by the way, because I feel like the player that I always expect to perform in games is JDG. Whether it is a bad game for his team or not, I feel like he is one of the more consistent players of being able to generate leads and do something of impact or relevance in a game. Just this time, unfortunately, Flandra came and helped his jungler, which is not something that Zika could have done in that instance. And then, again, we saw a lot of those fights. We talked about it. It just kind of all fell apart, and the Nocturne never had those times to go on side lanes we were mentioning from draft. There's our player of the game. There he is.
Able to win smites, able to win fights. Great job, Tarzan, for putting up a flawless performance. That is his 5th MVP of the 2026 split number 2. That's it for our coverage of game number 1. Anyone's Legend end up dominating Weibo 27 minutes in. We'll see if the Weibros have any chance to answer Help Alk's prediction a little bit, or if it will be AL going up to 4-3 in the standings to round out their first half of the split. We'll be right back after this short break on LPL English. Game 2 of the back half of our triple header about to begin between Weibo Gaming and Anyone's Legend. Grapes and Alk here for the call, hoping for a bit more fight from Weibo Gaming in this one, as AL really put it to just an absolute dominant showing in that last game. Again, we mentioned it at the top of the show, Alk. AL have been 3-0 against Weibo in the regular season. They lost to the playoffs, but it seems like right now that regular season buff still coming into fruition.
Turns out as long as it's not a best of 5, we don't have to worry about Weibo. So we can take a look at the last game's draft. I will still stand that I don't think the draft was necessarily the issue. Like, we got a winning top lane matchup. We had a matchup that in theory should be good for Aurora, especially early on, but we saw Shanks take some really good trades versus Xiaohu in the early laning phase. And then we have Kaisa Nico versus Ezreal Bard. This can be a volatile 2v2 to play, but I think in general you would still be willing to play at least some of the early lane as Kaisa Nico, and it was really the execution that we had problems with.
I just want a little more CC in my team. If I have a Nico going in with the Nocturne, or sorry, Kaisa and Nocturne going in, as well as like a, the Rumble equalizer. Now that we're into game 2 of Fearless though, things will change up a little bit. Still some really high priority bot laners available still. Obviously the Varus was, left unbanned, but we have things like the Yunara, the Corki.
Oh no, it was banned.
Sivir,
it was banned.
Even. Yeah, it was the Yunara was, the Varus was banned, but things like Yunara, Lulu, things like Corki, Nami, not, and things that maybe, if you are Weibo, you can use to try to hammer home a little bit more. A bot lane that is supposed to be one of the better ones in the league, but maybe hasn't looked like the case over these last 3 series, despite Weibo looking better in general overall.
Yeah, I know Hong has not been a popular subject here on the broadcast so far, just even in the community. Some of his play has left a lot to be desired, but you look at why teams are picking him up, and you look at his resume, right? He's been to Worlds, he's been top 8 at Worlds at the last 3 years in a row. I think any other support, we're saying this guy is, up and coming. Usually LPL does send 3 or 4 supports, so you might want to say maybe it's a sample size issue. We have a lot of teams going. There's an infinite amount of possibilities that could go. But just last year, Split 3, we're saying Hong's the best support in the league, right? We're like, oh damn, him and Jackie Love look incredible.
The highs and lows.
Like Kanavi and him, like they were working together. We got to see him and Cream work. Like Hong looked good going into finals, but whether it is, the fact that he did not have like a ton of games going into during Split 1, or just the Enchanter meta as a whole really affecting like his comfortability going into games, he has not really performed up to the level that we're expecting.
Yeah, and the contrast for Hong, he got benched from Weibo in Split 2 of last year, right? Arha ended up coming in to his place. He ends up coming back and forth a little bit before eventually Weibo goes with Crisp, top esports sign Hong, and then of course he looks absolutely great. We just need him to get back to that old form a little bit, right? I think part of it is the meta right now. Hong traditionally very much a Leona Nautilus Rakan player, right? Those are not necessarily the top of the tier list at this point. But even on the Nico, just some questionable decisions about when to go in versus, when to maybe hold back and wait for the enemy team to engage a little bit more, or at least wait for your team to arrive, right? So that's what we're looking at here.
If we see some more early level 1 invades, I can feel the one guy on my shoulder just being like, God, we're getting 2 games in a row of just talking only about jungle, these noobs. But
it was
we're going to be getting in. Yeah, we're going to be getting into draft soon. I wonder if Weibo are going to be going for first pick or trying to get counter. I do think that we have seen a lot of teams so far this split start to experiment with going over and grabbing counter pick. I think it'd be really good for just trying to secure some really powerful duos. That has always been the strength of going second in draft. It's, okay, we can give up one OP champion, but then we're getting a preferred pair that we want, whether that is bottom lane or mid jungle, or just securing a good enough top lane matchup as well early if there's a strong blind currently. So like you're mentioning, there's a lot of champions still up, and I think that yes, they did win for AL, but those are also some of their best champions so far this split, notably speaking about Shanks and Kyle with their Azir and Bard.
Yeah, I mean, since at the end of last year, we've put Kyle and Bard in a very similar conversation to Keria over in the LCK, and that is without, any respect or any disrespect given over to Carrier. This guy's just been really good at this champ here in the LPL. Thanks Fearless though. We'll have to look a little bit differently this time around. You can already see the mid lane pools being pinched once more, as we will be staying on the same pick, ban, first selection, whatever you want to call it, order this time around. Weibo going to be first, but on the red side.
Alright, I just don't want to confuse you, so I want the pretty
I know.
pictures
I'm
to
taking a
fill in
second
and
to
then-
really process it. It'll be AL picking after first rotation or second ban.
Yes.
Okay, that's always the one that messes me up a little bit, because since we changed the 2 bans, like the red side gets pick, ban, and then pick. So they just do a lot of stuff like in a row.
I thought you were learning Chinese midway through the game.
I was. I now
Really?
know what ace looks like. It looks like the little the circle, the square in the middle, and then
That sounds like a lot of different characters. Let's move off of this topic now. We're getting Jarvan, which, I was saying, okay, Jarvan, again, one of the most highly prioritized jungles in the patch right now, or in competitive. But AO get Ashe Seraphine, and there are still tons of things like, not Pantheon, but things like Xin Zhao, especially.
Xin
You
is
can still
easy
go
pickup
for Nefiri, you can go for Kiana here, all things that Tarzan, I think, has performed really, really admirably. And now, what is going to be the answer? Is this going to be Corki Karma? Is this going to be Yunara Karma? We're getting Jhin from Elk. Okay, so Elk, obviously a great AD carry player, but this means that while the lane can try to equalize, both of these bot lanes are going to kind of be to the... We're going to push them off to the side for right now, and we're kind of looking for what is going to be the accentuation points for both of these drafts. What are the solo lanes going to bring that make these two pairs really, really strong and shine?
sign for Flandre just makes a lot of sense here, other than the fact that they give away Xin Zhao, which will now likely be banned away in this second rotation. Just works so well with the Seraphine, but still a lot of options for Tarzan to go to as we enter this second half of the draft, which AL will be picking first out of after the fact. The Sion pick into the Jhin, always a bit of a feels bad moment. You're really going to need Zika to play a shredder up in the top side if they want this composition to work well.
Trying to look at what he still has options. The most popular one has kind of been... I know a lot of people are playing Jace, which is just not my cup of tea, at least. Yeah, there you go. So we can't even play Jace into Sion. This is already getting better for Weibo. By all means, we can still look for things. Maybe this might be a melee mid coming in for Xiao. I mean, I just think with Jarvan, there's so many aggressive, different champions you can play.
Silas.
Ahri does kind of start to come through. You can play Talia, but honestly, when you have Ashe Seraphine, once you get out of lane where they can kind of outstat you, you can blow them up very easily. So even things like a LeBlanc could start to take some kind of possibility here in this draft. But right now, I think AL have such a solid front line. Sion with Ashe Seraphine, I think, by itself is good enough for you. And so you can continue to build in.
2 proposals for Weibo here.
Okay.
You either, go something like Jax and start just split pushing the hell out of this team, making sure that AL never get a chance to 5v5. Or maybe slightly similarly, Zika hasn't played it this year, but he's 28-12 in his career on Camille. If you slam Camille Galio here, you just try to immediately get your hands onto Hope in the backline. We talk about this being the UNC team. That's sure 2017 strats coming into fruition. Looks like we're going to look things a little bit differently, though. Sion's got a lot of crowd control. What better to play against it than an Olaf slam for Zika?
Wow, we're playing Olaf top into this. I mean, there is so much possibility for this to go very right for them. I think you have a Jarvan and an Olaf that can run straight into the back line, kill an Annie, kill an Ashe Seraphine, and then that kind of starts to make some really good trades. Also, Jhin from long range, if Olaf is sending it with Jarvan, he just throws a Deadly Flourish, throws Curtain Call, and kind of things start to open up for them, and Syndra gives them a lot of aggressive looks. We're going for Mel instead. I mean, reflect an Ashe ultimate. Hell yes, sign me up, Weibo. Don't get me excited now. Please don't get me excited. I don't want to feel the hope. I've already been drained.
It's part of... Well, wow, okay. It's part of a takeaway here as well.
That was you, man.
For Tarzan. You don't want the Olaf to be paired alongside the Ashe Seraphine. We saw, a team, I think it was JDG, play that against BLG in the playoffs last split, and it worked very well. I kind of like what Weibo have to offer, but we still have to wait and see. There's a lot of tools that are going to be used to counter this Anyone's Legend composition, But I think overall, AL got the better 5 champions in terms of their place in the meta at this point.
All right, so I've talked a lot about what Weibo want to do. They obviously have a lot of engage. They want to be able to run at their opponents. I do think there's some dyssynergy between Jarvan and Olaf, but we'll get to that when we see it in game. AL, however, they have a lot of upfront crowd control and setup. My worry now is that I don't think Wukong was the pick here for Tarzan. I think Wukong is too slow in the early game to kind of get this team started. And as a composition that is so reliant on your ultimates, and especially kind of trying to get away with some greedier solo lanes here, especially with the Annie, I'm worried that if AL at any point trip and stumble, this team is going to run out of damage very, very quickly. And you are not going to have the time in this game to bounce back. I want to see AL start off with some early dragons, set themselves up for success early so they don't have to rely on a fallback plan of catch someone out on side lanes or hope that someone from Weibo walks out of position before a big fight.
If I'm Weibo, I'm spam ganking bot. I'm leaving Zika a little bit alone because he's going to be able to do fine against the Scion, and you send JJ down there against 2 immobile carries in the Ashe Seraphine that can really turn online if the game gets too late. Start that snowball rolling with the bottom lane. Maybe even send Xiaohu down there as well on the Mel. That's going to be the recipe for success, in my opinion, if you're Weibo Gaming, who are trying to break this streak in the regular season against AL.
Weibo fans, I'm going to try not to get too excited until I see that Nexus explode. I'm not going to trust. It is a fun draft. I agree.
Got us talking about, like, you know, late game planning, early game planning. What was definitely going to be the case here is as well, you know, Xiaohu on the Mel. A lot of early wave clear against Shanks, who is just going to be throwing out Qs left and right.
Yep.
Maybe we see some impacts here as well from him.
Junglers are starting on the same sides, all of them heading down bottom side. And
oh, look at JJ,
we've seen this heal. Oh my god, JJ, he's going to get spotted out on the ward. I mean, it's Wukong early. Yeah, Wukong is not allowed to do this right now. You are level 2 Jarvan and you have red buff. Beat him over the head with that standard and yeah, push him off all of these topside waves. Yes, I love this. JJ, if he is smart, he will finish these wolves for Tarzan and then move immediately into, or try to take a recall and walk into bottom side. He's not going to even finish his... What are we doing, Jarvan?
Second wave got crashed a little bit here by Shanks, and Xiaohu losing out on that mid push that we thought would have worked very well for the side of Weibo. And because of that, JJ misses out on the wolves, but still should be able to get towards the ground, albeit a little bit decelerated.
Okay. So this is okay. It does mean that Zika is not necessarily going to get any kind of attention from enemy jungle. I'm mostly laughing because they do this new thing where they show what champions, the skins that they're playing, but it apparently seems like LPL doesn't have all of that correctly loaded into their system. But Tarzan now gets to invade. He gets to take blue buff, which now he'll have the timer for later. And again, it is Wukong, right? Like, Wukong doesn't typically have very many avenues to gank early, but Ashe Seraphine set up impossible things to happen for you.
And Weibo are so focused on just getting this bot push that they don't even try to check that Tarzan is doing that. And it looks like it will be a rude awakening for JJ once he arrives to his bottom side jungle, with the crab spawning momentarily. Things looking pretty good for Tarzan, despite him being that early game Wukong pre-6. You really don't have a ton of power, as you mentioned. But he's been able to stay even here in this matchup against JJ.
Something that is going to continuously come up as a reoccurring theme, and we'll track it throughout the game as best as we can, but AL, we talk about the utility of a lot of these champions. I might have to hold this as we see a 3-on-3 happening here. I mean, they know AL they crossed over this ward.
They read Tarzan, or JJ, like a book at this point. He's been on so many wards. It's not going to matter right now because the level 3 Jarvan does have a lot of power, with Tarzan at 60% HP, and without many summoner spells available for the bot lane. Weibo now have an opportunity to go on the aggressive with JJ and Hong. Not going to contest this red buff though, but they do force the bot lane to respond, which is going to allow for Elk to get a free wave. Now JJ makes his way towards the mid lane, just here on a bit of a cross-country journey. Not going to look for the gank, instead just trying to find that second crab.
So, the thing I was going to say is that the utility of AL's composition, one of the things that you get to do is, with Ashe, now that she's level 3, you're going to have Hawkshot, and you're going to have perfect information on enemy jungle pathing and their camp timers, which is really important, because wherever that Hawkshot goes, that can confirm where JJ is. Whether it sees him or not is a different question, but really important for AL to kind of track where Jarvan can be to potentially mess up some of Weibo's plans. And as we've seen, JJ, despite some of these early invades not going as well as they would have wanted to, it is all about information gathering. And if you can steal or trip up this Wukong early, that could blow open an early game that'll give Weibo a lead. It hasn't worked for them quite yet, but all it takes is one win for them to make it really good.
Ooh, we could be going for a dive here. Hope does have his barrier and the flash. Flashes over the flag, and Dragon Hong's going to take turret aggro. That is a trade 1-for-1, but it will be Weibo securing first blood, albeit on their support.
Look, AD carry didn't get to hit that wave. Both of the supports are the ones that get the kills for this, and Kyle's on vision.
Yeah, and he didn't flash away from that flag and Dragon time. Very low on mana, and JJ has a Conqueror proc. There is the bouncing grenade from Elk, and it's 2-1 for the Weibros.
Alright, so JJ's going to give up some camps. He's going to lose his respawn raptors, which Tarzan is also going to get on his side of the map. But they got a wave and a half. They're able to get the plate there for Jhin and start off with a 400 gold lead here for Elk. I think that is a good enough trade. I just wonder what this is going to mean for those dragons. Once they come back, it should mean that AO will have priority, and it'll kind of come down to whether or not Tarzan can get back onto the map fast enough, as he still hasn't taken his recall.
What do we say though, Elk? Gank bot. If you are Weibo Gaming, JJ has certainly sacrificed some of his camps to do so, but you got to be pretty happy overall if you are Weibo Gaming with how this early game has gone. Now, a dive could be in the works towards the bottom lane, but Flandre clears that wave out nicely with the decimating smash, and it means that Weibo will instead send JJ down to this Gromp to steal it away.
And wait, is it going to leash back in time? So it'll go down to 1200. Tarzan's probably going to see JJ finishing this. Oh no. Okay, 80 gold. 80 gold to JJ. We do not leave the game. Okay, he's not level 6 yet, which is really hilarious. Also, yeah, Tarzan, by the way, he already has the upgraded smite. So if it really was going to come down to it, if Tarzan wanted it, he would have taken it.
Now it's going to be contested around this red buff. See, now you're at the point where the Wukong maybe doesn't win the duel unless the full flag and drag combo connects. A teleport on top of a ward that Tarzan plays is going to send Flandre not to the top lane, but to the red buff, because that's where the action really happens between these two teams, it seems.
Zigga's like, do I have to lean for this? And JJ's like, please. Please lean for this.
If he loses the red buff, it feels so bad.
Yeah, because he's going to hit level 5. This does mean that Tarzan is getting closer to having access to that ultimate. And with no flash for Elk, potentially that's going to be something that they look for. Remember, all of his jungle camps are going to start to spawn on the bottom side. They have the timer for the enemy raptors from JJ, and they'll know when those spawn. So it's kind of a point of, do we want to go bottom lane, or do we want to continue the jungle farm fest that has continued to open up here? Tarzan already up basically 3 camps all by himself. And also no dragon early on. I was really hoping that we would see AL play for it, but some early invades from JJ, especially like we just saw there, kind of tie up and slow down the plans of AL.
It means that this bot lane's able to get decently far ahead. Elk and Hong in a good position. One of the few lanes with this amount of poke that can, out-duel a Ashe Seraphine in the 2v2. And they will finally get their way over to the dragon and take it down. See the Ragnarok being popped here for Zika just to get away from the knockup. Trying to just crash this wave as Flandre's done a good job playing weak side and not going down just yet.
Playing in Olaf is so interesting because there's a ton of options, I think, for tank players to go for. This time, Flandre opted for the Swifty boots, which might look weird when you think about what the top side is going to look like, and you might say, like, oh, hey, getting a plated steel caps is really good, but I know you're a Scion player, and I feel like having the slow resist versus Olaf means that he doesn't just run you down if you're in the middle of the lane.
All you have to do in this lane is just not die pre-6. If you die pre-6, it's pretty cooked. Take a look. Both top laners.
That sounds like a lot of top lane
anymore.
matchups, actually.
That is fair, but Olaf is one that can certainly take advantage, and you could see it working out so far. Flandre goes for the early Bramble Vest. He's going to be issuing reduced healing to Zika now, even when he procs the W. Yep. And all of a sudden, this just becomes a wave clear war, and Sion is completely happy with that in this situation.
How disgusting is this, by the way? Look at our top laners' inventories. Double refillable, 3 cookies.
3 biscuits.
Why did we take the cookies? If in theory, you're thinking, okay, if we fight to the death and I get my cookies, we're chilling. But if we have 3 cookies at 9 minutes...
We get free boots? I guess you don't want free boots if you're Sion. You want to rush those, but Zicker could have definitely gotten some.
Yeah.
Or just some extra cash. I mean, that's always a
cash
good thing,
back.
no? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, triple cookies ends up not really working for us, so no punish, I guess, for both of these teams. Tarzan's going to look mid, does have ultimate now.
Yeah, this is the one lane that really is gankable if you are anyone's legend, but Xiaohu knows that and plays very safe as a result. Also has his flash available, so looks like it will not be too much given over on the Weibo side.
You know what I just noticed? Usually when we talk about Ashe in pro play games, a lot of the times, we even saw it, I think, earlier here tonight in the Top Esports series, where if you have Ashe in Fog of War, you can just pop ultimate from across the map and sometimes either get a summoner spell or kill someone if it lands. But versus Mel, versus Olaf, you really don't have the ability to do that. At least it's not super easy to do so. Olaf has his ultimate, Mel can reflect it, and it comes out even faster at you if it does. So there's actually limited ability for Ashe to really find purchase, especially because there's a cleanse here for Elk.
That's why we really like this team composition for Weibo. We might see it in action again in a 3v3, but a really nice job by Kyle landing that encore to delay the engage. Oh, flash over. The deadly flourish for Tarzan. He's looking for the Cyclone onto Hong, but unable to find it. And whoa! Xiaohu just one-shots Shanks in the bottom side river before he even arrives to the fight. Curtain Call opens up, 4-shot lands onto Tarzan, and he will be taken down. It's a double kill for the Tiger of Weibo, and they will be able to push down bottom lane and hold a 1.5 thousand gold lead.
Watching that fight, I mean, Elk had great target prioritization. Just goes right onto Hope, who got the boots instead of any real damage. Only has a pickaxe, and Elk right there just moves right in onto Kyle. A kill immediately. Weibo now have 2,000, and they're going to get more. Elk is going to get even more fed here. Look at his items. He's got a BF sword.
He stops the base, too, of Hope. He's going to have to clear this wave out. Another plate, delaying the eventual reset timers for AL. Let's take a look at how this one started. It was a good, ulti from Kyle.
I don't know. Actually, when I see this, it's only onto one person, and part of the strength of this duo is that any slow that Hope puts down, it's an immediate lockup with the Seraphine and the Ashe. But yeah, Shanks just walks in, doesn't see Xiaohu there, and then I love the patience from Elk, waiting for the 4-shot because Tarzan has to walk into some kind of crowd control there. So a double kill here for Xiaohu. More kills going over to Elk, who has a Storm Razor. It's not a lot of damage up front, but once he gets to 3 and 4 items, and we're looking at later game team fights, the Jhin is going to be really hard to lock down.
The problem with Jhin, often in compositions and competitive, is that if you don't get out to an early lead, you feel very useless until about 40 minutes. Take a look at the gold. Elk is doing pretty good in this game. He's going to hurt, especially against this squishy bottom lane 2v2. Flandre is going to be okay against him for the time being, but he's not going to be involved in some of these fights for at least 10 minutes or so. And by that point, we might have 3 items on the Jhin.
Well, it's going well for Weibo, but what did we say coming out of draft here, Grapes? We said if AL are behind, if they're struggling to find picks and wins early, if they don't have the first couple of dragons in the game, suddenly the damage starts to run out, and that becomes a big issue for them. So I want to see how AL are going to problem solve here in this scenario. It kind of feels bad, right? Because we're talking about this top lane matchup and the Olaf being really exciting. They have not really interacted too much with each other. And Sion's pressing tab, and he's like, oh crap, my stat check bot lane is not winning. My mid jungle haven't been able to generate a ton of pressure. And all I'm doing is trading waves versus Olaf, who, sure, he's not winning the individual matchup. He's going to run into my backline later into the game, and I'm going to lose.
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly a play for the team fight situation now for Weibo. You have the empowered Olaf with the Karma, using the Mantra Shields on top of him with the Ragnarok. I mean, that is a scary sight, even if he was 3,000 gold down, not just 300. Full Stride Breaker unlocked as well to slow down the mites of AL. And take a look at just the way this composition is structured from Weibo. Very smart, especially after what was maybe a questionable draft in game number 1. Looks like Coach Kim certainly getting his get back here as the Dragon's been started up.
Thank God, because that game 1 draft was kind of playable, but it was a player diff at that point. I won't blame Kim for this. Looks like that dragon that I wanted to see from AL is going to be started. There's a huge flank from this Olaf.
This is the team fight that Weibo wanted. There's the Cataclysm immediately onto Kyle. And the first shot of the Curtain Call takes him down, but it gets canceled by Tarzan, who jumps in with the Cyclone, but he will fall as well. It is a 2-for-0, soon to potentially be 3, but JJ misses the Dragon Strike, and Shanks is able to flash on out. Deadly Flourish doesn't connect either, but there is the trap to do so. 3 kills in favor of Weibo, and they didn't even play it that well.
I was surprised that JJ even healed that much. Yes, it's Sundered Sky, but it was against Thornmail. He just healed up a ton from Sion walking in. They're not able to find that. That's 2 dragons going over to Weibo. 4,500 gold. If we look back at the fight, there were a lot of questionable positioning choices coming in. I mean, look at this. Elk opens up the ultimate, and Ashe is walking into him this entire time. The Ashe ultimate, who does it land on? It lands on the Hung. The damage from AL is not concentrated. You need to shotgun one player, 1 or 2 members, but this fight is just spread out, and Weibo take advantage of it. So, it has been so long since we've seen Jin Trap kill anybody. Yeah.
You know what it reminds me of? Remember those old YouTube videos where you play APJ and you lay like 4,000 traps in one little bush and then just get one
Yes.
shot? Oh, those are the good
And you
old
just
days.
like deadly flourish them, and then boom,
Yeah.
explosion.
I think it was you're playing fish. You're going fishing, right? You just wait for them to show up. And boom! Throw that W.
That's
over
why I
there.
love the community. They always come up with like fun stuff. Like Jin, obviously, I think it's funny. Actually, now we mentioned this, Jin. If long time maybe League fans know of the speed, legendary video talking about Jin with like full movement speed.
Yeah.
This was also during Earth, but I was talking to producer Ilya about this, and I was like, "Do you know the speed Jin build?" And he was like, "No, I've never heard of that." And I was like, "What?" That's like foundational
ball.
League
Yeah.
YouTube content.
Oh, the good old days, right? Now we just get co-stream discussions. Anyway, bot lane fight. Xiaohu gonna get knocked up by Flandre as AL try to make some answer here in response to the Herald going down. Looks like they should be able to find it. Without anybody going down as well. Flandre, albeit not very strong in terms of damage, is very tanky, and they will allow the Mel to go down. It's a shutdown for the Wukong.
3 grubs as well, so they're going to look to trade 1 to 2 turrets here, but Olaf is still pushing. No one's matching him. The Herald in mid is going to at least deal some damage. 2 plates go over, and while Weibo won't grab the mid-tier 1 on this push, still think this is a favorable trade here, and we'll have to watch where the gold goes, because that was a kill going over to Tarzan. But do we think that Wukong is the most important member or the champion that's going to change this game for them? That I am I am a bit dubious on.
It seems like a composition that would scale for AL, but I mean, it scales pretty well on Weibo's side too. When you have a Jin waiting in the wings, and Xiaohu can just reflect any of the big ultis that the bot lane Hope and Kael can issue. Not to mention, you got JJ against 4 mobiles. I mean, this is, in general, a really great answer. I mean, I know we keep talking about the draft, but Weibo needed a way to get back into this series, and they absolutely found a formula that is going to work for them here.
All right. We're 2 minutes from a dragon. We got 3 minutes till Baron. You're very worried as AL if there's ever a Baron being started because, again, you have great ways of starting fights, of getting in. Kael, if he can land a massive beat drop, then I think the entire game kind of changes. But your ability to actually like threaten a Baron, you know, to say, hey, we're going to start this objective and you need to come answer, is very low. Particularly because Hope is kind of behind at this point, and typically with the Hex Optics build, you're going for PD second, so your individual damage is not going to be very high until 3 and 4. And like we had mentioned, we don't really want to have that kind of fight when you're playing against Jin.
No
Good luck,
Undertow, no
brother.
problem here for Zika. My goodness! Xiaohu just gets eviscerated as now he's got to fight in the mid lane as well. Tarzan trying to hunt down the Olaf. Second flash alongside the Cyclone should be able to take him down. So an extended 1-for-1, but it was fun.
Yeah, and Zika did kind of give over some gold. That goes into Hope's pocket, so feels good as AL. You did trade 1-for-1, but when you're down 3,500 gold, that is still going to be a favorable transition for you. Didn't really lose all that much. It was Tarzan having to flash, which will make engaging onto someone like Elk or Xiaohu a little bit tougher. We're going to be walking into the next dragon right now, and it is completely lit up with wards. Because of that play, Kael didn't really have the time to move and put down vision. So this is going to be an uphill battle where Weibo are going to be looking at Dragon Soul Point.
You wonder if this is a fight that AL want to take. Right now, Olaf doesn't have the Hex Plate. It's only 1 item on JJ. Not a second item completed for Xiaohu either, but it's not like AL is particularly strong in their own right. I mean, you have 2 items on Flandre, but he is just a Scion at this point. Slowing down Elk with Dragon spawning in 13. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Elk
He presses
will kill the
W,
other
and
champions, and it's fine.
It's Storm Razor RFC Jin. He's just sitting there. He puts the full combo on him, and Flandra's like, "Hello." He's like looking around like John Travolta
They're not
from
fighting this.
Pulp Fiction. Yep. Looks like we're not going to do it. I think AL no. Let's make the cross map. I've been really happy with teams that are just willing to play around plates. You will have 3 grubs for crying out loud, and Riot put a lot of gold back into the game with the amount of turret plates that are available right now. So this will cut into some of that gold lead, but as we've mentioned, now every dragon is a must fight here for anyone's legend. It is Hex Tech Soul, and you do not want to play against that versus this composition from Weibo.
I mean, think about all the long range that already exists. If you add a little lightning crash on top of it.
And the
That's good.
slow.
Yeah.
Nope.
Now here's the thing. I'm curious what you think.
What's up?
It's soul point, obviously, to play on these dragons for your AL. We talked so much about how the composition just doesn't really stack up in terms of the individual matchups. What do AL have to do to win a team fight? Is it just finding a pick onto somebody like JJ before a fight breaks out, or what's the move here?
I think JJ is a very reasonable target. I think Elk or Hong is kind of the only 2 people that you really have, especially Hong. If he's ever out of position, I hope that his McHale's is on a quick bind for him, because this first item is really OP for getting other players out, and if he can time it right, he can even cleanse himself, but those are kind of the picks that you're looking for, especially if we can get the shutdown gold. 500 on Elk's head, that's a massive amount of the lead, and you also take out one of the strongest members when it comes to their DPS potential here for Weibo. So we have to find something, but I think because this mid-tier 1 is down, and particularly the side lanes, look at this! We're ulting! Where's the rest of your damage? I think they were waiting. I don't want to blame Hope there, because he's thinking, okay, my Annie's in Raptor Pit, she's going to flash ult, but that's a bit of a missing, like, we're not coordinated from AL.
Yeah. To be fair, 3 minutes of the drag spawns. I don't think you're going to take Baron off of just burning Ashe ulti.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, but just kill this guy. Where's my mid laner?
Not the end of the world, but yeah, very disrespectful from Elk, and he doesn't actually end up getting punished for it. So that feels a little bit bad if you are Hope, who found what should have been a pretty good opportunity to try to get back into this game. You see the shutdowns on both him and JJ. Big sums of cash that are ready to be cashed in if AL are able to find an opportunity, find a comeback. Remember, they have not 2-1'd any team this season. Every single one of their 6 series has just been 2 games. So their total game score, 6-6, 3-3 in match score. But Weibo's looking to try and change that narrative here, as they are definitely in position to send us to a game 3.
Okay, so I mean, taking a look, we've kind of gone over a lot of the win conditions or potential ways that we could see AL try to come back. Right now, it is a fight over Raptor Pit. We have Annie coming in from a sort of a flank off of Vision, is going to get spotted by this single Jin Trap here. Wondering if there's any kind of potential. Ashe Ultimate is off of cooldown right now. Zika is not going to be able to TP into this, and Flandra has his available, which will make him very beefy with that role quest.
Do have some item spikes coming in. Not too bad, all things considered, for AL. Phantom Dancer here for Hope. You got a Sunder Sky in for Tarzan. Maybe an opportunity now for anyone's Legends to go on the offensive. They land the stun onto JJ. Tibbers comes out as well. The Cataclysm does get issued in response, and Xiao, who just eliminates the Monkey King. And Zika has come in with the teleport as well. Hong gets chunked low but will not fall, and here comes the Ragnarok, as it is Doomsday here for Hope. He gets absolutely eliminated by this Viking King. A double kill in for Zika, and he's looking for a whole lot more. Forces a flash away from Shanks, and that will be the team fight win over to Weibo Gaming.
It is the end of times for AL. A Baron's gonna get taken. Hong, if you walk up and die, I'm gonna laugh. I'm sorry. There's no hard feelings here. This is gonna be the Elder, or the Baron, and guess what? That's probably gonna be the Soul in a minute's time, especially with how the lanes are set up. This was the engage that we needed to see. An amazing Mikhails saves Jeje. I love these ultimates that we've been seeing from him. He doesn't need to use it as like a, I'm going to stay in here. It's merely, I'm going to trap you and then flag and drag out and then move to the next target. And with some of those spells already gone, Zika gets to just run straight in his backline as this Olaf, exactly how we wrote it up in the draft. And now it's all about how can we close out from Weibo Gaming.
We've seen things look better and better for Weibo as Split number 2 has gone on. We said it at the start of Split 1. They're a team that's going to ramp up into the end of the season, as we saw with a top 3 finish in Split 1. Now, just gotta finish this game off and they'll have a big win against one of the top contenders, and Hope, without a flash, is just absolutely toast. Elk ends up taking him down, but there's 2 teleports coming back on the other side, and JJ is very low. Uses the flag and drag onto Shanks. Mazika has already taken down the Seraphine. Xiao, who gets Tarzan on the back line, and that just might about do it. It's a double kill into the hands of Elk. Dragon has spawned, but there's no soul needed for Weibo to end this game. It's gonna take a while to take Flandre down, but everybody on Weibo Gaming is here to finish it off. That's an ace, and that should be a push down bot lane to try to end the game.
Hextech Soul, and like you mentioned, still have the Baron for the next 1 minute and 40 seconds. That was a really, really tight sequence there from JJ. The immediate flash ultimate onto Hope. Take him out first. He gets the healing from the Sundered Sky onto Shanks before barely living. And 10,000 gold now. Weibo, I don't want to say we're back, but we're on the way to the spine. We're making our way to being back.
At the very least. It was 27 minutes in terms of victory for AL in Game 1. We're getting close to that here in Game 2, but Weibo surely look like they're in control. They know that they're so in control that they're not super eager to try to end the game and potentially throw off of the back timers or the respawn timers. So they're just going to take the soul for themselves. We talked about how powerful that Hextech is going to be. They still have 1 minute left on this Baron buff, even after going for these resets.
Damn. And, you know, that'll just expound their lead. They're about 6,000 gold up thanks to this Baron. Sion's going to ult forward.
There's the choo-choo train. Big front line here, but the Mikhails gets him away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Deadly Flourish lands onto Flandre, and all of a sudden, this tank Sion not looking tanky anymore. There's the Cataclysm into the backline. Shanks gets eliminated, and another clean ace is in the works for Weibo Gaming. Anyone's Legends have only had 2 game series this entire season, but Weibo gonna buck that trend. They'll push down mid and send us to a decider here.
Did you see how fast Elk was moving? Storm Razor, Fleet Footwork, this is the scaling setup if you're looking to play long. Like you mentioned, Weibo are gonna send us to 3. It could only really go this way, honestly, between these two. We've got a tied set here at 1 apiece.
Just as quickly as Weibo took or fell in game number 1, they win in game number 2. So, despite it being a 3-game series, been rather quick so far, which is you know, good for maybe our producers, but maybe not good for us because we want to see some closer games. It's been one-sided both ways.
Look, it's not a 6-0 day. I'm sorry to all of our mods and especially our producer Shivam here tonight. It's not going to be 6 games. It's going to be 7, which I really wanted to avoid those numbers. Nope. Put those away.
You started it. You started it like last night. Well, we can get into the lore a little later.
I'm not taking responsibility for this. This is not my fault. Kind of like it wasn't AL's game to win. We saw a lot of early invades. We thought it was going to be more like game 1. Where JJ keeps invading and doesn't really find anything, and then Weibo kind of just meander around and probably take 1 bad fight, but we played a lot around bottom side. Elk and Hung played a very good 2v2 that was obviously set up by their jungle, and AL's kind of burst composition, pick composition, never got to keep going.
Yeah, it's drafting masterclass by Coach Kim and for Weibo. This is the the BLG comp, right? That AL set up for themselves. The Ashe Seraphine, you get a big beefy boy in the top lane and a strong jungler. And Weibo had a great answer to it. I mean, perhaps it makes sense that they have an answer to it because they've seen BLG just dominate everybody when playing that sort of composition. So smart on them to be prepared for it this time. Practice against AL. Maybe next time it'll be against BLG.
This is why I hate this Annie champion. This champion is so overrated and has very few winning matchups, and we have just seen... I'm actually kind of surprised that Annie is losing as much as she is, just because I would think in a meta where everybody and their mother is playing Proto Belt or Rocket Belt first, this champion should be OP, right? Flash, Rocket Belt, boom, I'm stunning your entire backline from half a screen away, and there's nothing you can do about it. Usually, you have to pay a lot in a champion to get that kind of kit, but she has not been succeeding. She doesn't side lane very well, and I really think like this 4-5 from Weibo was just excellent. I got worried about the Jhin. I'll just be very frank about it, but Mel, Olaf completely neutralize basically the bottom half of AL's composition.
Yeah, and there was a lot of tools utilized to make sure that Elkin Hong had a good time in the lane, right? JJ spent almost the entirety of his early game down there. Even Xiaohu right here, going for a roam down bottom, eliminating Xiaohu before he could even get a chance to throw Tibbers down onto the Jin Karma. Talked about how he wanted to see a bounce back for the Weibo bottom lane. They had it, but it was with the help of the rest of their team as well.
This kill onto Shanks was also massive for AL, because if Shanks walks into this fight, maybe they can turn. I mean, look at Hong and JJ's health bars in that fight. Could have been something that they used to get back into this game. Man, Jarvan diving onto Seraphine never gets old. And Xiao just gets to play a very slow game. He does not have to do very much. He does not have to, like, jump in as Aurora or Azir or Ryze. He can very comfortably, as you say, issue commands like a great general and win the game. I don't know. Sounds free to me.
Now, what is in store for us in game number 3? We haven't seen that happen between these two in a while. We haven't seen it for AL since Split 1, obviously, when they lost to Weibo in 4 games down in the lower bracket. They've not lost to this team in the regular season so far. So the best of 3 seemed to be their strong suit, just like it was when they took first place at the end of the first split of the year. Anything up their back pocket that you're looking at in terms of priority? It seems to me that the bot lane has continued to be a very important side of the map in terms of who is able to get out in front.
I mean, Corki and Yunara are still up in this series, so 2 of probably the best AD carries currently in competitive. Always
Lucian?
some
Hope
Lucian, especially. Now, you say Elk Lucian, I was not very impressed with his last Lucian game. There was a couple of moments in the early game where I'm watching him with Lucian passive, and he's like auto-canceling on level 3, and I'm like, stop. Just stop doing this.
Man. It's okay.
That's true. That is true.
No, but these lane-dominant bot lanes have been very important. Obviously, the Jin Karma, the fact that Karma got through the ban phase in its entirety, also something that we didn't necessarily bring up on AL's side. But it seems like whoever gets pushed down there ends up having a good time in this series so far. Elk and Hong need to be in a position where they are snowballing, not getting snowballed upon, if they want a chance to take this series. JJ wins player of the game. It's been story of the jungler so far. 0-0-19. Out of 22 kills, that's pretty good.
That's exactly how I like my junglers. No kills, no deaths, all assists. That's an all-star jungler right there, in my opinion.
Yeah, didn't steal anything away. Although Hong got a couple of them down in the bot lane. Nicely done by JJ. Both junglers really setting the pace, setting the tempo here for this best of 3, which has proven to be rather exciting. AL going to play their first game 3 of Split 2 in just a few short minutes. Before we do that here on LPL English, going to take a short break. We'll be right back with our final game of the day. Final game of our LPL triple header coming your way, and our first game 3 for both today's slate of games and also for Anyone's Legend here in split number 2. They've had 3 2-0s, 3 0-2s. They'll have their first 2-1. Which direction it will be, we're about to find out. Grapes and Alk on the call here after Weibo absolutely smash Anyone's Legend in that second game with a really creative draft.
All right, let's just bring on the draft graphic. We're going to have a lot of stuff to talk about anyway. So, we were talking about right before we went to break, we're saying, okay, the first 3 from AL is good. Like, Ashe Seraphine right now, I think globally has an absurdly high win rate. I think Ashe by herself right now is sitting at close to 60% in Tier 1. And we're like, okay, with Sion, that's a good enough front line, really neutralizes a lot of different matchups, as we kind of saw in the game here. But then the second half is where we kind of had some questions. I know you were saying, why not ban Gwen, or why not ban Mel? I think the Gwen ban is definitely necessary when playing against this team, but the Gnar one is one where I think they could have banned Mel, maybe just afraid that this is another champion that might get a little too hectic in side lanes versus the Sion.
Here's the thing, there's a lot of things that beat Sion in lane. I think the Gwen is definitely one that's very egregious, so understandable to take that one away. Yeah. Gnar versus Olaf versus like a Jax versus a Renekton, like not much of a difference there, and Mel is just the easy answer to an Ashe Seraphine bot lane. We've seen it a lot in the competitive meta throughout Tier 1 over the last few weeks, so that was the one thing I had a little bit of question mark on, but you know, understandable to try to just keep Flandre in a good position, give AL the best chance of winning through that top side, and unfortunately it didn't work out for them though, and so they'll have to dig a little bit deeper to try to get this win. Again, reminder, neither of these teams right now are in the top 4 in the standings. That would give them a guaranteed playoff berth. AL would jump into that top 4 at the back half, going into the second half of the season, if they are able to take this game here.
Yeah, I think the problem right now for AL, as we noted, Hope and Kael particularly haven't been an amazing 2v2, and especially in team fights, I think Hope has kind of dropped the ball a lot when he is supposed to be a very big carry, especially AD carry in the current meta. And top lane for AL is about neutralizing or mitigating the disaster that is Flandra's laning phase. Like, in game number 1 of this series, Flandra is down like 1,500 gold on the Ambessa, but he has 2 good team fights, and it kind of makes up the difference, right? Like, it doesn't matter that he's down. He has the impact when we talk about getting to these objectives and playing the 5-on-5. This game on the Sion, he goes down a little bit of gold versus the Olaf, but ultimately his champion doesn't do anything versus Weibo's comp. And if this had changed, right, if this is a Gnar, imagine Gnar on side lane, and now AL are having to play, do we save our turrets that are getting completely pillaged, or do we try to play for the 5-on-5 or the 4v5 somewhere else on the map? That can create issues. So AL are still trying to figure out what to do about their top lane, while Weibo are definitely okay with leaving Zika to have either his kind of wackier counter picks or go for more standard things that we have seen in the meta so far.
And again, we mentioned it at the top of our series today, Hulk, but it's AL trying to find that identity again that got them a lot of success in 2025 and got them first place in the regular season of Split 1. There's a lot of things that ended up working well for them, but it seems like now they're kind of floundering between which style of play they want to go for. I mean, remember the first series that these two teams played against each other at the first day of the split. It was an AL 2-0, and it was Weibo kind of going for these scrappy fights and trying to look for picks here and there, while AL really dominated the team fights. It seems like that discussion has kind of flipped on its head going into this series here just a few weeks later.
I was actually trying to look up some really fun stats. Last time we saw Olaf top lane win was almost 3 years ago, actually.
Wow.
March 31st, Wayward would have won. He played it into Cassante. I remember Olaf Cassante 3 years ago. That makes sense.
Yep.
But anyway, we've gone very few Olaf tops. The last one was picked in 2025. It was Shanji, but now we get a new game. We get a new draft. Does AL go for first pick, or are we going for counters? We have seen player like Flandra get away with some of his weaker laning phase by just picking different or unique champions. I still remember his Sejuani from last year, and while the lane wasn't great, he definitely had some really cool moments. So I'm wondering if he's going to continue to lean on that, but we're getting first pick here for AL.
Yeah, both top laners not afraid to get a little bit weird. We've seen things like, you know, the Sejuani, as you mentioned. Obviously, the Olaf here in this last game. The Rek'Sai was something that Flandra whipped out last year that could potentially pop up again. Good thing about a creative draft in game 2 means that a lot of these power picks are available. They eat up a good chunk of the bans right now, but still bot lanes like we mentioned. The Yunara and the Corki still available. AL gonna have first choice, and they go for the Lucian instead for Hope.
There we go. You were talking about this. You're like, Lucian for Hope? Maybe? You may be kind of pushing for Elk, but if you're going to take that, why not? And a lot of jungle focus. I mean, Pantheon's permaban throughout the series. Vi is also going to take alongside that position, and Xin Zhao. So kind of going to be looking at some different junglers here, and I think that's where this game can get a lot trickier to play, because JDG pulled out like Warwick and Olaf in playoffs last split, and Tarzan definitely has kind of like a deeper champion pool where he's able to pull out things like Silas or
Shen.
even his Trundle, yeah, and even Shen.
Yunara Lulu, though, for Elk and Hong, they haven't done well on it this year. I think Elk is now 3-8 on the pick, but they did win the last game around when they played against Team WE with that selection. So strong team fighting ADC will be responded by the Milio, stock standard here at this point, with the Nami really belonging to Corki at this point in the meta. And a Twisted Fate here for Shanks. That's typically something that Xiaohu has been playing.
I like this. What's the response going to be from Xiaohu? Are we going to play a mage that's going to try to match? It could be Galio, or we could play something that's going to try to blow up Twisted Fate in lane, and that could be something like LeBlanc here. Could be any kind of one of these answers. Could also go for the Ahri. It's going to be a little bit tricky. Obviously, Milio later in the game is going to provide a lot of value right now, but in terms of a 5-on-5, I really like what Weibo is showing, and that is going to be the LeBlanc here. So when a Twisted Fate is in the game, Grapes, I always am thinking we need volatile side lanes, whether that is this Lucian Milio and trying to kind of scrap early with the 2v2, or going for some kind of matchup where you're probably playing like Renekton into Gnar or something like that in that nature.
And this LeBlanc's been great so far this season for Xiaohu as well. 3-0 on the pick this year, and just throughout his career, a very powerful champion that he likes to operate. I think it's a 47-29 record, as I just looked it up.
Nice.
And he's going to have a great time in the mid lane, getting priority against Shanks, who obviously wants to use his semi-global ultimate to affect these side lanes. We're heading to the second phase of bans right now. Weibo trying to avoid any more point-and-click CC by banning away the Maokai. The top side will be the focus on the other side against Zika.
So getting rid of Jace, personally, if I'm AL, I'm saying, yes, I actually want Jace. Like, we might lose the 5-on-5 if we're just standing around an objective, but you can just cut out Jace's objective wins by attacking him on a side lane, where if he doesn't have flash. I like Maokai. Maokai is way too OP versus Weibo right now. I think other champions we need to be thinking about is Jax. See the Vayne ban there? They don't know if Flandre is going to be able to pull it out in one of these matchups. I do think Gnar and Jax are kind of the two champions that I'm looking at as having the highest priority so far for both teams.
Yeah, especially for AL. You have the Twisted Fate. The 1-3-1 always comes into play, and with somebody like Flandre, who is able to play a lot of different things, certainly on the top of their minds. AL will ban away the Gnar, as you mentioned. A little bit of team fighting power taken away from Zika. And we'll see what Elk wants to pick up here for his team. We're looking for jungle and top lane at this point. A lot of those meta junglers have been banned away, so Weibo is going to say, all right, we'll blind pick a Renekton potentially here. Leave counter pick for JJ on R5, or B5, I guess, now that we're in this swapped up meta. We'll see what exactly he has up his sleeve.
One of the few Hope fans still in the audience here. Sorry, I'm sorry, Hope. I don't want to take a cheap shot at you like that.
He's gonna go. He's gonna pop off because he said that. He's gonna go like 10.
I hope so, because the last Lucian game was against BLG, and he was winning that game until he stepped too far in the inhibitor line and died instantly. So I hope it goes a lot better for him. There's the Nefiri coming on through. I always have to be afraid of this as a potential flex of the last time we saw Nefiri top coming in from Flandre, but instead looks like it is going to be the Rek'Sai. I think has incredible value this game. Rek'Sai not only in the 1v1 versus Renekton, but later on in the game is going to be really, really dangerous to deal with. Going into Yunara, going into LeBlanc on side lanes, especially because you have a Twisted Fate. They can go for really long chases with a Nefiri on top of this. So for AL, the 5-on-5 is going to be a little bit tricky. They're going to be playing a lot around Flandre and Shanks, trying to get interesting different flanks on, just repositioning or going around objectives, and having to basically play standoffs with Nefiri and Lucian.
There is the Lee Sin for JJ to respond. Going to be able to outduel the Nefiri decently well in the early game, and of course has a ton of utility once you progress further in this game. We'll say that the Weibo composition, if you don't win in the first 20 minutes, is a lot on Elk's shoulders, and AL are going to have a much better time playing around the map. But overall, I think both teams got a good chunk of what they wanted going into this Game 3.
Right. So, looking at it from Weibo's perspective, you have a hard-winning lane matchup for the LeBlanc. It is not as cut and dry as LeBlanc just goes in and kind of kills this guy. Once he has Rod of Ages, it becomes a lot more difficult. Once Twisted Fate gets Merc Treads and the upgraded Crushers, then it obviously becomes really difficult to kill this guy. So it is going to be tricky, but I think a strong 2v2 here for Xiaohu and JJ, and one that's going to be rather explosive, gives them options to play. 5-on-5 is going to be a little bit different. I think Melio can have a big impact in this game if he lands the right Fire Kick and the right Breath of Life ultimate.
A lot on the shoulders here of the bot lane once again for AL. They've been a little bit shaky, as we saw in game number 2, but Hope and Kyle, specifically Kyle, when he's on his mark, looked like one of the better duos in this league and maybe even in the world. We've seen the highs for AL. Can they return to that here as game number 3 of our final series of the day gets underway?
No Gyos, of course.
Guys, the minions are about to come in. What are we doing? Wow.
Wow.
No, I will say, AL, not a team that has been super popular until they rose to prominence like 1.5, 2 years ago. It seems like they brought a lot of fans here to this one.
I'm surprised because Weibo has a really deep pocketbook, as we have seen throughout the years, and they have some of the pretty popular players in League. So to see them get outbeat by AL, pretty impressive. And this 2v2, I think, very much going in favor of the bottom lane for the Pandas, as already some heals and some barriers being done, as we've seen time and time again, but very good for Hope and Kyle.
Yeah, this is the bot lane greeting. You just burn 4 summoner spells to say hello, level 1. Make sure you're in a good position to hit that level 2 first, which Hope and Kyle will be able to do. As we do see JJ starting off with a 3 camp and now looking towards the bottom lane. Would be a difficult angle to go in unless he dashes forward. He pops the PTA onto Hong, but all of a sudden doesn't have much of an escape tool without that barrier up as well. Here comes JJ. He's level 3, so he's sacrificing a lot for this, but they're going to go for the play immediately. Onto the Lucian. He's chunked out very low. The Bolo's going to slow Hope down, and the flash forward will secure the kill. It's Elk to get first blood for Weibo.
And Nefiri is not going to have time to get to this play. I mean, they're going to actually stay in the 2v2. The ward on the Phaelite ran out. Does Tarzan get spotted? He's going to try to chase. No flash for either Elk and Hung.
And Tarzan knows that. He's going to take full advantage here as JJ just channels that back to the fullest and says, good luck, you guys. The red buff is ticking on Hung, but he'll be able to live to tell the tale of how Tarzan jumped down there and killed his AD carry.
17 HP. Such a close change. If he gets both of those kills, I think AL are in a really good spot here for game number 3. I mean, 2 kills on Tarzan. He gets to recall or take all of his bottom side cans, plus this Scuttle. That could mean that he's very close to whatever first item he wants, whether that is a Black Cleaver, whether that is Hubris, as we have seen before, or maybe even just trying to cut some of the shields that are here and goes for Serpent's Fang very early on.
Very
a lot
high
of flexibility
value
in his draft.
This game, yeah. So Weibo gets the first kill, and they get it onto Elk, but now Tarzan on the Nefiri, one of those champions that you get snowballed, just becomes unplayable the rest of the way. And JJ sacrificed a lot for that in terms of his timers. He's going to be behind a little bit in terms of how fast he's able to clear these out. You see Tarzan still has his blue buff available for him. So overall, now the pressure is on Weibo to continue to make plays happen. It could happen here onto the mid lane as the teleport immediately comes in for Shanks very aggressively, but they'll find the stun onto the Lee Sin, and now Xiaohu is caught out just a bit. Conqueror proc from Tarzan with one more issuance of the Q, and Weibo's mid jungle will have to back away.
And look at Shanks' recall here, by the way. It's double Ruby Crystal. I am not dying to LeBlanc early. That is exactly what that kind of buy goes for.
Twisted Fate coded build, yeah.
Yeah, double Ruby and has unsealed spellbook. So now that he doesn't have TP, he can take Ghost, he can take Heal, he can take Barrier, he can take Exhaust. All of these make it even tougher for Xiaohu to find anything, and that I think means that we need to eventually start to move out into the side lanes. Which one is going to strike first? We typically like to see Twisted Fate move. We were talking about Paranoia, and it being, the first one really dictates how the game's going to go. Same thing for Twisted Fate. Which lane are we going to go for? It very realistically should just be top lane, but in a 2v2 with no Glens from Elk and no Mikhails quite yet, always a possibility.
Don't know if they're going to hit levels. I don't know if Shank's going to have the opportunity to get down there before those flashes are back up. It'll be a very close timer at the very least. So, just waiting and seeing at this point. As, again, we don't think that AL feel too bad about this game getting extended due to how strong Tarzan and Flandre are going to be as this game goes on. Back to the mid lane we go.
Oh!
Shank still has his flash. It's JJ here first. He ward hops over, forces the flash, and then will throw out the Sonic Wave. Really nicely played by the Weibo jungler, and he takes Shanks down for his first death of the game.
And we're talking about tight timers there. We just saw Shanks, he uses blue card on the minion wave, and that's an immediate go button from Weibo. They know, okay, hey, walk in, let's take this. As a trade, because JJ has to take his topside camps, it looks like Tarzan is going to start up this dragon, but because he decided to try to pull it out of the pit, walk in or walk towards the wall, that's going to give Weibo all the information they need. They know that the enemy jungler's on the bottom side. He's going to be taking this dragon and at least getting some kind of trade and some value for his team.
This Lee Sin for JJ. Not the most powerful pick in terms of just like the jungle tier list right now, but it's his most played throughout his career for a reason. Remember,
I feel like
against
it's most
JDG,
junglers most played, man.
He had a pop-off game on it just a couple of days ago against JD Gaming.
We're coming in again!
At this point, and we're seeing it come into play once more. Shanks does have his ulti, so might be able to channel it in time, but now JJ has the kick, and Hong is here as well. 3 members of Weibo here to punish the Twisted Fate. You can't roam if you get killed in your own lane. And that's exactly what JJ will say as he gets on the board for kill number 3.
Well, I was gonna say, as I mentioned, that Twisted Fate gets harder to kill with his items. Catalyst is done now, and I was talking about the boots, but if you get to do it before any of that happens, not only is this gold into JJ's pocket, but you're also setting up Xiaohu for a lot of success. He's going to hit these plates now as he comes back to lane. This is probably just going to be a Twisted Fate that might be looking to ult to get either back in or look to another lane, but already Weibo are opening up a really good gold lead here, and this is now, I think, 3 games in a row where we've seen Weibo do very good early, but I need to see them close out. I think Ale getting the first dragon is the first step for them to stay confident in this game.
And Tarzan is still very powerful on this Nefiri as well.
Oh, for sure.
Continuing to power clear, look for opportunities to gank. A lot of easy to gank lanes, right? Just in the solos. Easy point and click CC, throw the call to pack on top of it, and dead laners more likely than not if you're in a 2v1 situation. It hasn't happened yet, and that means that Weibo are ahead. They're looking to build a little bit of momentum here in this season. Remember, they started off the year 0-3, Alk. That included losses to both AL and BLG. Well, guess what? They play AL. Guess who they play tomorrow? It is BLG. 2 really big prove-it series for them this weekend. And so far, they're looking pretty good as we get ultimates traded here in the bottom side of the map. Chunk Elk down to about 400.
Dragon doesn't spawn for another 3, and really it's about trying to get recalls in right now for our bottom lanes because those grubs are going to be up, and I think for both teams I would really like it. A grub team that is Twisted Fate and a Rek'Sai has a lot of value, as we said during the draft, and for Weibo, I think any kind of time that you can get for either Elk or Xiaohu to get gold with plates is time well spent for them. So right now they are clearing out vision on the bottom side. Seems like Tarzan just wants to make sure that Shanks doesn't die a 3rd time or potentially has to lose another summoner spell here, but that's going to mean Grubs going over to Weibo, which is, again, like I was just mentioning, a good win, a good small win here in this game.
Especially against the Twisted Fate of Shanks, who's always going to be a threat in the side lanes. Obviously, the LeBlanc can match, and will be able to do so a little bit better.
Another ward.
He has the Grubs. JJ just walking through mid lane. Knows that Shanks will not go for any sort of aggressive play, so just on the cross map looking to try to find some sort of answer, before instead heading back to his top side to clear out all 3 camps that are available.
Oh, and he gets Scuttle. This is really good. I wonder if Weibo decided to cross the river line, because Xiaohu has TP, Seems like Zika is going to press the ultimate just so he has a little bit of a buff, wants to stay, and looks like he's mostly pressuring for JJ to get this objective. I'm also quite surprised and really impressed that Zika has played 3 strong lanes against Flandra, and maybe they look for a dive.
Already, powered stun combined with a sonic wave, resonating strike. I mean, just everything in the book thrown at the Rek'Sai, and Flandra just gets melted.
That's a good lead. Tarzan, you are never ganking this guy, even with gold card. Xiaohu, like, blue card salute. We're going to clear this minion wave. Buy yourself a recall.
Oh, there's the call of the pack, and Xiaohu already used his distortion to go forward and try to clear the wave, so burns the flash at the very least. And now the bot lane for Weibo feeling a little bit frisky as well. Shield onto Hope is keeping him nice and popped off. We get the dragon spawning in about a minute, so both bot laners fighting for control before potentially another reset. Culling goes out onto Hong, combined with the Ultra Mega Fire Kick. Just to clear out this cannon wave, though.
I think you can see right now that even with this lead, Elk and Hung should be able to win the 2v2. As long as you have all of those stacks of your Q on Yunara, you win every single auto trade versus most AD carries when you're even. So if he ever decides to go Transcendent, suddenly that's a 2v2 that they're winning. You can see that Weibo right now getting vision control over the bottom side. If Jeje shows, I think it is a bad timer. He has completely dropped these topside camps. We thought he was going to go for it. He went for Scuttle, top gank, went towards mid, and then kind of like feigned a recall. Here's the TP. Xiaohu's going to come back, and they're going to look for another play, but Shanks has Flash, and he has his Rod of Ages already.
And clears the wave very nicely. So you can see, though, the importance that Weibo is putting on getting this second dragon, right? They're sacrificing the top camps for Jeje. They are saving the ultimate for Hong to lose out on the trade. It looks like right now that's going to be rewarded with them getting full control over the bottom side of the map. The top laners going at it a little bit as the Destiny comes in for Shanks. They want to try to take down this Renekton, who pops the Dominus immediately, but with the Ignite, shouldn't be able to live for long. There comes that Void Rush, and Shanks gets on the board for anyone's legend.
But this is, I think, an expensive trade, as Weibo will get control of bottom side and stop any kind of dragon stacking early on. They'll get a dragon for themselves, and this will be gold going into Flandra, which he was an important part of this draft. We're talking about it there. But I think getting the dragon and being able to give some of this Weibo team some legs to stand on, and Shanks doesn't even get any of this turret plate gold, which does feel a little bit bad.
Teleport is going to come in for Zika.
Does he teleport out?
A gank onto Flandra in response here. Yeah, perfectly envisioned. And Jeje just kicks him under the turret. Tunnel in from Flandra to try and get away, and he will be able to do so. And down the bottom side, it's Tarzan looking for an aggressive play onto Elk. The Wild Growth will knock the hot dog up and make sure that there's no more mustard down there in the bottom lane as AL back away.
You hold no mustard in my lanes. You cannot handle my strongest mustard, potion seller. Okay.
What was that?
You don't know? Oh, you don't know that reference?
You gotta get me up to speed.
Do you know the director? I think it's the director of Challengers. Is actually the guy. He has a. We'll show it after this. For all my potion seller knowers.
Stay tuned after LPL English.
Yeah.
Hot dog talk. As we get another
wow.
dive.
We are going hella far back for this play. We really just. Anytime there's Lee Sin, LPL observers want to show it off, and honestly, fine. You know, this is a long-standing goated champion of the league.
It's done well for JJ so far. 2-0-2 has participated in all of the kills and has resulted in Weibo jumping out to a 2.2 thousand gold lead. Talked about how the top side of the map scales pretty well into the late game for AL. Does that remain the case for this bottom lane is the question. You think of Lucian as more of like a mid-game champion, right? But once he gets a couple of items, and especially with all the peel and support he's going to have, definitely still abilities for Hope to really make his impact known in this game.
Oh yeah, once he's on 2 items, I think this champion is really ridiculous. I was formerly a bit critical of the Essence Reaver build, just because I think having the outright damage of a Essence Reaver into Infinity Edge is always great, but having infinite uptime on your E is great, and just all your spells are really, really good, especially when we're talking about something like Ardent Blaze giving movement speed to your teammates. Yeah. When you're talking about the range, always, always, always impactful. And I actually wanted to look at Tarzan's build because he got a small lead early, and we'll see what he does for the rest of this. But by going for, I think this is Black Cleaver second. The HP and the ability haste is really nice, but Hubris is really reliant on you snowballing because the flat AD you get is good, but it's very low early on.
There's not a lot of snow on the ground right now. as Tarzan has not gotten rolling just yet. Kind of like those hot dogs in the conveyor belt at the convenience stores. They keep rolling, they keep spinning around.
I love those things, man. It's super fun. They can't stop you at 7-Eleven.
Sounds like a threat. We'll visit that later, as looks like mid lane once again getting targeted. Shanks underneath his own turret is forced to flash, knowing that that Dragon's Rage is always in JJ's back pocket. And now we see Weibo going for a play towards the bottom lane, posturing for JJ underneath the tier 1. Tarzan is here to respond. Culling comes out. Hong chunked down to half HP. We have this dragon spawning in about a minute and 40 seconds, but there's not much right now otherwise at this point for the side of Weibo to go for.
That was a really great vision toggle from the observers, just showing how dark it is and how worried they are. Even with the culling being traded, you can see it every time we pan bot lane. If Elk has all stacks of his Q, that's a trade you're never winning as the Lucian Melio, even with some of the burst damage you have. So consistently, great vision control on the bottom side. They got the bottom side scuttle as well to set themselves up for this. And I think the same grace that we afforded JJ on his Nocturne, we should afford for Shanks, as we really haven't seen his ultimate be used. At least I haven't noticed it. If I missed it, then, you know, stupid noobcaster, stop talking.
He got a kill onto Zika, but that's...
Oh, that's right.
And it came at the cost of the dragon, so it wasn't even like a net positive
All right,
play.
Well, then, like I said, stupid noobcaster, stop talking. We're going to Herald.
Weibo's going to Herald. I don't know if AL feel the same way, as Shanks is going to match the bot lane push for Xiaohu. Again, those grubs become more important when you're playing against this team with heavy side lane presence. It means that Weibo can just do this for free.
And the Herald can be used for this dragon coming up, which we keep talking about it. Looking at this next fight, everybody's going to have their summoner spells up. Importantly to note is that Shanks did swap out his missing flash for an exhaust, which I think is very, very good when we're talking about how much pressure has been applied to this mid lane matchup. And versus Lee Sin, versus LeBlanc, I think these are all very meaningful summoner spells to have. Holy hell, look at the tunnels here.
Oh man. Call this guy a kindergartner in a sandbox, the way those tunnels are building up here in the top side of the map. Flandre, a lot of control, a lot of mobility up there with the burrows. We now have Rift Herald top in the mid lane of Weibo trying to control around this dragon. Teleport coming in as well from Xiaohu. Should be the tier 1 going down. And we don't really have a way to answer this at this point. Hope is not at his second item yet, and once that happens, maybe you can fight, but right now, not a good position for AL, so they again look for the top side play. Void Rush onto Zeka, who pops the Dominus. The exhaust out of the spellbook from Shanks is going to be very valuable here as well. Should be a second kill, unless Zeka's able to outplay this one. He flashes forward, forces Flandre to jump away with the burrow. Still having that rage continue to build. Does he get another empowered Q? No. Nice knock-up from Flandre to make sure that Zika does not get the outplay.
Oh, but look at the gold right now. They need to take this top tier 1. And how much more can they get afterwards? Because Dragon just went over to Weibo, and they sent the Herald to the bottom side of the map to get another turret. So Weibo are going to trade 2 turrets for 1 and get a lot of gold off of the back of this. So I need to see Flandre on this Rek'Sai have the impact that we wanted to see from the draft. He's now gotten 2 separate ganks from Shanks to try to kill Zika, and now has 1,000 gold lead as this Rek'Sai. I think he's pretty much untouchable, not just in the side lanes, but if we get to team fights. This got very, very dicey. This double slice and dice from Zika, the armor penetration that he has access to, and just the heals from this. Eclipse Shield, empowered Cole the Meek there from Zika keeps him alive alongside the Dominus. Look at this. 1 second off. If he just flash Qs there, maybe he lives.
I think we're going to see a Bramble Vest pretty soon for Flandre, because that's going to be a problem.
I don't think so. Look at his items. He doesn't need it.
Zika is pretty strong, man. I mean, it is true that this Renekton will fall off, and I think the top side of AL scales a little bit better, while the bot side of Weibo scales a little bit better for them. But Zika going to be a problem for the next few minutes or so still, even though he's the one who's continuously been targeted by ganks from Shanks. 1,500 gold lead still in favor of Weibo. They get another turret, this time on the top side, but AL now are here to respond down bottom with Flandre pushing here as well.
Yeah, it's a 40 CS lead starting to open up for the 80 carry of Weibo Gaming, and they just got the top turret as well for him. So the plates that Hope we're going to get is mitigated by the fact that we saw Weibo move topside. And he's just going to shift immediately back into mid lane. So as much as the lane assignments have changed, everything's kind of staying the same. If we're going to go down this kind of rabbit hole of top lane builds for these two guys, I mean, just look at Flandre right now. Spear of Shojin plus Titanic Hydra and is going to get plated steel caps next. This champion is really disgusting to play against in 1v1s. Yeah. And if he gets Black Cleaver second, it just gets even better. Remember, HP shielding. And you're talking about Renekton. I think Renekton with the new itemization this year is really, really scary. Like, Dominus at rank 3 gives you 800 HP, and he already has an Eclipse. He's getting a Sterix second, and can go into Spear of Shojin or Black Cleaver. So this guy is going to have a lot of tank stats, and also the ability to one-shot a backliner.
Both top laners haven't had a ton of impact here in this series, but certainly an opportunity to make their impact known in game number 3 as the Destiny has been popped. Hong had to call the pack go onto him, but it's going to be a kick away by JDG, still going to result in the Lulu going down, and in comes Flandre, looking for the Unburrow onto Elk. He used the Blast Cone to get away, and nice job by Weibo to try to kite this fight out. Zika able to pop the Dominus, as Tarzan's able to issue the final blow. Void Rush forward. It's going to be Flandre looking to continue the engage, but there's still a tower underneath here, but Weibo going to look to try to play around it. There's the chains landing here onto the Rex side, but Flandre still looking to hunt, going to end up backing away as AL get on the board with 2 kills.
And just like game number 2, we were saying, where do AL find picks when some of the carries are less touchable? Go for the support, right? If this is a Lulu, Tarzan can just walk on top of her and force her to use Polymorph or Wild Growth to save herself. And right there we got to see they go right onto this 2v2 of Hong and Elk, and they go for the Lulu, and that cuts out a lot of the damage. That was also Elk's flash. So this next dragon, while it would be soul point here for Weibo if they can grab it, I think more importantly, AL are trying to give themselves breathing room here in this game. And that was a lot of the gold lead now gone. It's just 1,000 here for Weibo.
Seems like our JD bot doesn't really love the Weibo composition, though. I wonder how much of a factor that's going to play later on into this one.
It's probably
sorry,
just
I should say the AL. I should say the AL comp. I mean, and it's because probably they probably look at it and say not a ton of late game damage. I think there can be if AL and Hope specifically is able to play these fights out well. Once he gets the IE, I mean, you basically are playing Earth at that point with just like 60% crit. It's not a bad time to be a Lucian if he's able to play these fights well.
Is he going Shield Bow? I mean, you're talking about Hope and getting him an Infinity Edge. That's very much the next item. But Elk, instead of trying to match that 3 item, is instead opting for the Shield Bow to just try to survive.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about how late game every fight is going to be can Rek'Sai and can the Nefiri get onto the back line, and if you have a Shield Bow there alongside the Lulu, someone's going to need to get Serpent's Fang sooner or later. It is that Bramble Vest you were asking for from Rek'Sai, and now we're getting a 5-on-5 right before this 4th dragon.
But Weibo have control of the river at this point, with mid-waves about to crash once more in just a few seconds. We are near dead even in gold, but Weibo trying to pick up Infernal Soul Point. They can win the fight right here. Hope playing aggressive with the Cozy Campfire on top of him. Tarzan waiting in the rings. Unburrow coming forward with Flandre. They found Xiaohu, but there's no issuance of the Nefiriel to continue the play. That is now just going to be LeBlanc taking a base. She'll be able to TP back, maybe to the bottom side, to look for some sort of flank as AL gain control and will look to start hitting onto this dragon, or maybe just onto JJ. Flandre dashes forward. They won't be able to find the knock-up. Teleport comes back in for Xiaohu, and the battle lines redraw.
Yeah, I was going to say the side lanes right now are really good for AL. Weibo instead are not going to fight this. I guess they are. Zika's going to have a flank, but it's on Vision. And Xiao's getting spotted thanks to this Tremor Sense from Flandre.
Dragon's at 3,000 HP. JJ's going to have to get in there if they want to avoid the soul point from getting over, but they're just going to give it and maybe look for the fight afterwards. Zika looking for the flank. Sonic Wave does not connect, and Xiaohu still waiting in the wings as well. Flandre's found out the Crocodile, and now AL can maybe play on the offensive a little bit. Weibo going to back away, and anyone's legend will take their victory by denying that soul point.
And that was really costly there for Weibo. Good purse coming in from Xiaohu, gets a gold card in response, but that was a bot lane tier 1 going over to AL. And now, honestly, Grapes, I think Dragon's Soul is not really going to be the main concern this game. I think AL have gone over the hump of a weaker early to get into a very, very strong mid to late here. This is now a 3rd item here for Shanks. Rapid Fire Cannon, Lich Bane, fully stacked Rod of Ages. This champion's not only unkillable for Xiaohu in the side, but now is really, really packing a punch when we're talking about extended gold card trades.
And just buying time now for Hope pick up that third item. The Infinity Edge almost there. Getting Flandre maybe to that Thornmail. That buying time by taking that dragon was crucial for AL. It'll get them towards the portion of the game where they feel like their top side likely is the strongest. There's a third item completed as well for Tarzan. It is that Serpent's Fang. But on the other side of things, it's Elk actually going Kraken Slayer for a little bit of extra burst.
Oh. Wait, no, so he had Kraken Slayer, he actually went for Hexopic.
Oh, Hexopics. Oh.
Ah, okay. I thought it was going to be Shield Bow, but, you know, wants the range. Makes sense. I do think you're a little bit lacking when it comes to attack speed, but I guess you have an Ardent Sensor support, so kind of evens out in that manner. You are going to have a... I think I'm still worried about how we are going to deal with Rek'Sai this game, because she is way too tanky, and especially with Merc Treads versus Yunara, I don't think we've answered a lot of the concerns here.
Gold card lands. We're seeing the way this game's going to continue to play is a 4v4 with the top laners hanging out in a side lane. Twisted Fate potentially getting an opportunity to get out onto the map as well. You can see the way these compositions are structured with the Nefiri, with a Lee Sin, with a Lucian. These two teams don't want the full-on 5v5. They want picks, they want poke, and they want to be really scrappy in these extended engages.
Another thing to, I'll hold this as we start to siege.
There's a calling. Oh, a
Flandre!
two-man on Burrow. Coming forward from Flandre. It forces the Wild Growth out onto JJ and enough for the tier 1 turret to fall. Zika waiting on the flank, but Weibo in no position to fight at this point. And AL are clawing and scratching their way back into this one after being down 3,000 gold at the start of this.
Thank you, Flandre. You not only just got a two-man Unburrow, which looked really cool, you also got Elk's Flash during that fight. So this next dragon, that is not something that Weibo will be able to play around. 3-item Yunara will not matter. And I think, again, that side lane prowess that we're seeing from AL, they're really trying to pick apart at Weibo, who you had rightly mentioned is more of a pick composition. They want to try to find one member out of position first, then try to look for a play afterwards. And they haven't been able to generate any kind of pressure after the 15-minute mark. They killed Shanks twice in a row, and he has come back to an 1,800 gold lead thanks to TF passive and a lot of side lane gold collection.
Tension at this point continuing to brew. We haven't really seen a full 5v5 team fight between Weibo and AL here in this decisive game. Gonna come sooner rather than later though at this point as a third item, that Infinity Edge, is picked up for Hope, but he's still significantly behind Elk. A whole BF sword on top of the 3 items already completed for the Yunara. Either of these ADCs has a good fight, that will be the difference maker. Again, between 2 bot laners that really will need a win at this point to reclaim a little bit of confidence after what was rather shaky starts to Split 2.
Well, in Hope's favor, he has a really fed Rek'Sai. I don't have to worry about a Rek'Sai jumping on me if I'm Hope here. And like you mentioned, Infinity Edge is a very big spike for this. So, AL are looking good. They'll take the gold lead for the first time this game. I feel bad for Weibo because they don't really have ways of generating side lane pressure right now. They've dropped a lot of waves, as we have seen, and I think a lot of how Weibo tend to play their games is they use Zika to either kind of pick up a wave on side and join later, or he has to be first to a play and then he teleports out. And in this game, he just has not had the same effect. He was winning early versus Flandre, but has very quickly fallen to the wayside in terms of efficacy on this Renekton. You can see how just being this short-ranged doesn't really buy him any favors.
Lots gonna have to come down to JJ. He's really the primary source of engage, and he's on the Lee Sin. Requires a lot of skill to be able to get those engages off successfully, and so Weibo may be thinking, we're not going to be able to force a fight. Maybe just go for the Baron and make AL come to us. Destiny has been popped to try to negate that, but Shank's not going to want to go into a 1v4. All in the meanwhile, Flandre's here on the bot side, taking down this dragon for themselves, so Weibo feel like they have no other choice but to start up the big purple worm.
I don't like this. Rek'Sai can TP anywhere that she wants right now, and Renekton is showing on mid-wave. We are going to just take the dragon, put ourselves on Soul Point, and Xiaohu again, half
they're really
HP.
Going. They're maybe going for the finish. It's at half HP. No.
Teleport.
Comes in
Okay, no
Flandre,
dragon.
And that's enough for it to reset. Crucially, as you mentioned, that Infernal Dragon was not finished off by the Rek'Sai. And so Weibo will back off with a small win in their books, but they feel the clock ticking at this point in the game. There's the Sonic Boom, or Sonic Wave, I should say, on it to the blue buff, and thought that it could have been a little bit more, as now Hope is going to make his way to the bot side, and now Weibo can just start this Baron back up again.
We're just going to go for it. Yeah, Flandra, that health bar is going to start to tick away with the shield moving off soon. Zika staying on sides.
They're off it.
We need to watch what Weibo solo lanes do. Can they find any pressure? Can they find a pick or force someone out? Rapid fire cannon, they're pushing Xiaohu out. And again, he's half HP with no teleport to answer.
Dragon not taken. This will be a flip around Baron Nashor. Xiaohu already chunked out a half HP, only level 14, as Elka's now trapped in the pit itself. A level 17
Flandra
is coming straight for him, and they land a 3-man knockup. The Baron is still alive, and it will be taken away by Tarzan and anyone's Legends. They go for the kill on into the Lucian. He's taken down. Elk's still alive, though.
What?
Finds himself a double kill, and it's a 2v3 in favor of Weibo. And here comes Xiaohu. Cozy Campfire has been proc, as Shanks is having a great time here now in this team fight. Pops Destiny could look to port back in onto Elk, but he knows a lot of damage back on the other side. Red card to slow. Wild cards to nearly finish the job, but it's not enough. Finally, it will be the Unara dropping, and Jeja stuck in a 1v2, and Shanks outplays the entirety of Weibo Gaming as they get the Baron and the Ace.
Did you see him in the player camp there? He just goes, thank you. He's dapping up his teammates because he knows he smurfed that entire team fight. Great patience and great coordination coming in from AL, and their most consistent player really coming up clutch when they need him most around the Baron.
Like a good fight for Weibo to take, but Tarzan had other ideas. He jumps in, steals the Baron, and Shanks did the rest. We'll get a replay in just a little bit, but nicely played by this Twisted Fate.
I was super worried, I won't lie, because I'm seeing Flandra get right in there, dies immediately, but all of this damage is just setting up Hope, putting in shot after shot into Zika, who dies immediately once he gets into this front line. And then you're just playing a front-to-back with, I think, an amazing kind of amount of damage from Tarzan, even if he does get bursted out. The bleed from the Darkened Daggers, that's one kill onto Hong's Lulu. And then look at this, flash red card. And I think importantly from Kyle here, throws the Q, and then the cleanse from Shanks to just make sure that the CC isn't there. There's no cripple either from Lee Sin. Fantastic fight from AL. What can they do with this Baron? They did end up taking the Dragon while we were in the replay here, but still no soul to play for at least 4 minutes.
But it feels like the timer is on AL's side at this point, Elk. Weibo got a really great start to this early game. JJ got off to the races, but now it is only Elk here to try to get them back into this game. Deep teleport coming in, as it looks like Zika and Weibo know that this could be a last resort play to save this third game for them. It forces AL back. The Baron timer continues to tick. Xiaohu very far behind at this point. He's 3 levels down to the might of Shanks and 4 to Flandra on the Rex side.
He has just been grouping constantly, and one of these levels is thanks to Rod of Ages, so can kind of give him some credit there, but also a 5,000 gold lead after that last play.
He's
Yikes.
useless. He's
He's not even finished with his third item yet, and already Shanks is moving on to number 5 here, which might even just be a Magi's with that fully stacked Darksteel he has. Another wave being taken. You see that massive wave that's stacked right now on top side? That I think is going to be very important for Ale to play with after they come back out of the base. There's that Magi's, so really big damage. And
Why not?
Quite honestly, I still need to see what this Lee Sin is going to do, because great early game, very little ability to affect very much in this game past that.
Yeah. At this point, you're just a peel bot for Elk. Kick away Flandra, kick away Tarzan, anybody that gets close to my AD carry. I am sending him out and just trying to stay alive as long as possible at this point. So much of this game for Weibo now revolves around their superstar AD carry on his new team. Gets a matchup against his old team tomorrow, but definitely wants to be in winning a mindset going into that series against Billy. Can it happen here on the Unara? 4 items now with that Infinity Edge, and JJ will look for a play. Doesn't find anything as a gold card, and the Culling are going to chunk him down incredibly low. And now a teleport is coming in. It's Flandra on a long flank. Gold card lands on Elk. He's going to get taken down instantly. Hope with a double shot finishes off his opposite AD carry. And JJ will have the Guardian Angel procced as well. Zika goes forward with the Dominus, but he will not be able to save the game. A double kill in for Hope. And anyone's Legends withstand the storm, but they'll push down mid and pick up their first Game 3 of the regular season.
Well, guess what? As we have said time and time again in a famous quote, Hope is the true killer here. Weibo fans got excited after a single game, and AL, they kept it calm, cool, and collected. The early game was bad, but didn't matter. They took one good fight around a Baron, and they had a really good setup. Great job from AL to really play to their sides, and have confidence in what was a bit of a trickier draft to play. They're going to take some final kills here, and like you said, move to 4-3 in the season.
Anyone's Legend jump back up to the top half of Group Ascend. It was not an easy win there in Game 3. They withstood a lot of pressure, but the scaling took over, and you got to give credit to Shanks there in the mid lane on the Twisted Fate. A crucial fight around the Baron after Weibo seemingly felt desperate. They knew their composition got outscaled, Og.
I should have just kept my AO prediction, man. I should have stuck. I knew it! I knew it. Every time I want to support the boys, they let me down.
Fun day.
Yeah, agreed. Had some fun games, at least.
As anyone's Legend, going to feel very happy picking up this win. It has not been smooth sailing like it has been for really the last year or so for this team. But they pick up a good win over NIP yesterday. They now take it down Weibo. And looking forward the rest of the way, they have still half of their games left to go. They get to basically play everybody one more time the rest of the way, except for AL or Weibo, who they just beat. They get 2 matchups against IG, one of them going to be this Tuesday. And overall for them, a lot to look forward to, and a lot looking up on the bright side. As for Weibo, just not able to get any momentum going. They have been like win-loss over these last few weeks.
Actually, you know what's really funny? AL won't get into... I don't think AL will actually get into top 4 because their game differential, because they didn't win in 2-0, it's going to be +1, and NIP have +2 right now. So...
Wait, but isn't... If you have the standings, Shivam, we could pull it up just to see where exactly we are.
Usually standings, at least from what we have known from tiebreakers, is game differential, then head-to-head. That is how it has been for the last year. Yeah, so... Wow, JDG get moved down?
Yeah, because they have a bad game score. They've been getting 2-0'd a lot.
No, they should be 9-7, though. They're 9-7 in games. So they should...
Okay, well, never mind then.
Yeah, 7-9 is not right. I was going to say 7-9, but for 4-3 is not correct because they should have at least 8 wins.
I was looking at these standings and kind of basing my claims off of that. I apologize. So AL still in 5th, but still a lot of League of Legends left to be played, as we said.
Correct.
And, right now things are looking good for them. They took down 2 teams. One of them a top 3 team right now. The other one top 3 a split ago.
Shivam, take us out of here. Take us out of here. This is not looking good. 7-9 with 4 wins. You should have at least 8.
Actually, yeah, that is true. I should try to count next time. That's good.
We'll wait. We'll just wait for the graphic to be updated. That's okay. That's the wonderful thing, is that we can just fix all of this later. We can show this later. We still have to do player of the game. We have to do all the post-game screens. So let's kind of hop back into this, because the LPL Gold graph, it's not going to be as fun as some other games, because there wasn't like any violent like throws in terms of gold. Yeah, it just went up and then went straight back down, just like the Weibo roller coaster. It starts high, and then immediate disappointment right afterwards.
Unlucky for them, as it felt like things were looking good in the early game. They were up 2,500-3,000 gold at about the 15-minute mark. They needed to snowball further with their top side, though. JJ got off to a good start, but Xiaohu and Zika, the 2 solo laners that actually had decent times earlier on in this series, weren't able to do anything in this decisive Game 3.
I'm worried because now we've seen 2 Game 3 Lee Sins from JJ, and the first one was really, really impressive, but the rest of his team kind of fell apart. And this time, while he had some more creative paths, I think was extremely limited in what he was able to do, thanks to different kind of pieces. I think in the same reasons why we would have given Weibo a lot of praise for their draft in game number 2, Game 3 here, we see Tarzan, the untargetability of a champion like Nefiri, the gold card instant click always going to be there, and Melio as well. We had worries coming into this draft, and I think a lot of them came to light here. Like, Zika didn't really get to do very much on this Renekton once we got out of the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game. Lee Sin wasn't able to generate very much after the first 2 deaths onto Shanks, and Shanks, I think, made really good use of killing off Renekton. Even I had questions. I was like, I don't know if that's really the lane that we wanted to see, but Shanks then repaid his team by being this unkillable raid boss once we got into fights.
You wonder how much could have changed if this play specifically went just a little bit differently. Oh, sorry, it's not this one. It's the other one that ends up coming through when Shanks exhausts Zika. But that was almost an outplay by the Renekton, and if he gets ahead, Snowball can go a little bit further on Weibo's side, but not enough here, and we just gotta watch this team fight again because it was magical stuff.
Dude, Shanks is so good. Shanks is like, honestly, again, Tarzan is really, really good. I want to take nothing away from him. I think I have him as third best jungler in the league because of just some of the things. I'm honestly willing to move him up to second because Shun has almost never been a jungle purist. If you're a jungler and you're looking at like just pure pathing, probably not the smartest player, but still really, really good.
Makes stuff happen.
Exactly. He just makes things happen, and he's really good for the team that he is on. This is the play that I was talking about where Shanks, after he won, he knew.
Dap. Oh, man.
Yep. I don't know who is sitting to his right at that. I think if the stages are... I think it's Tarzan. He smurfed this entire game on Twisted Fate.
And then finds his gold card here, too, which ends up winning them the game.
Yeah. Last year, it was kind of like, okay, Shanks is a good mid laner, but can he be a great mid laner? And while I think I haven't seen Shanks really kind of rise to that occasion and be a Knight level player here domestically, I think his consistency and just the bar at which that he plays is good enough to kind of bring his team to multiple wins now against a lot of different teams.
It's cool to see the rise of this core from anyone's legend back when they weren't really a contender, right? They had, was it ZDZ and Xiaohao in 2024? They end up going, 5th, 6th or so, but they stay true to their core. They bring in Flandre and Tarzan as these final pieces, but it's not necessarily those guys that have been carrying them. It has been certain pieces rising in certain occasions. Kyle's looked like the best support in the league for the last year or so. We've had Shanks have these really brilliant performances, specifically in this season. So it's everyone coming together to form a really nice combination for AL when things are right. Now, certainly that has not always been the case here in Split 2, but this is a good start for Weibo, against Weibo, I should say. They took down NIP the other day. AL, we know the highs that this team can reach. If they can continue to build that momentum towards the end of the regular season, they will absolutely be another threat to go to the International come MSI.
Okay. Who do we think is getting player of the game? We're probably not going to stay on long. Well, we'll see, I guess. Player of the game, more likely going to be Shanks.
It's gotta be Shanks, yeah.
And then
I feel like sometimes we could wait it out, wait for the interview, but I think we know what's going to happen here. So
yeah, I kind of interested who's going to be player of the series, because across 3 games, I do think that Shanks played a really solid game. The Annie game is tough. It's very tough. So maybe there's some angles there. It's probably going to be Tarzan, if we're being honest, across those 3. But we're getting a Kyle interview, so we can just cut to our standings, which I'm going to trust.
Fingers crossed.
My math is right. There we go.
Okay.
Yep.
So JDG jump up to 3rd because it looks like the wins and losses in that column were swapped. As AL are still 4 and 3, so there's really a pack in the middle right now for that top 4 spot. Remember, 4th place and above gets you an automatic slot into the playoff bracket. Everyone else will have to go into Knights Rivals. And so if you're AL, you're feeling good about the momentum you're building, and Weibo really wish they could have had this one, especially with a slumping IG.
Weeks are going to look like. Weibo's next 4 matches are going to be BLG, Top Esports, IG, Top Esports again. You're playing the top 2 3 times in the next couple of weeks, in the next week or so. So that is really, really dangerous. And Weibo play tomorrow versus BLG. So honestly, this could actually just turn into a snowball where Weibo might actually end up losing the next 3 matches. And then suddenly you are 2 and 8, and you're never getting in the top 4, which for those who are maybe a little bit confused, or you don't know exactly what's going on, or maybe what the incentives are, top 4, you immediately go into playoffs. You do not have to play an extra best of 5 to get in. Bottom 4 of Group Ascend are going to have to play a single best of 5 versus the top 4 of Group Nirvana, which at the bottom, Weibo playing potentially up against some, if they get 7th, because we're assuming WE are going to be 0 and 14.
Is it a single best of 5, or is it bracket like it was last split?
It is going to be a single best of 5, because we don't have to play the Omega bracket that was Knights Road. So we're going to go back to our old format, single best of 5 to get into play-ins. I think Weibo are probably still going to be positioned as favorites, but if it's LNG going into that 2nd seed, maybe there's some legs to stand on. If it is this reinvigorated Thunder Talk, who knows? Yeah.
That's the thing. Nirvana gotten some upgrades in certain areas. Obviously, OMG have not looked as good as they were the one that kind of went on that surprise run, but Thunder Talk bringing in some new players. You have LGD with Bertle suddenly looking a little bit more full, I suppose. And so certainly opportunities for these Nirvana teams to punch up, because we also know what LNG and EDG are going to have in store once we get towards those back half of competition. So never a comfortable spot to be in if you are an Ascend team, to play a single best of 5 to determine your opportunity to both go into playoffs and also be in Group Ascend again for split number 3.
Yep. Real quick, Shivam, how is the interview looking? I'm gonna I'll just put this out there. I was gonna say I don't think your Chinese is incredible, so I don't know if you'd be able to like interpret and get us to see if maybe they're getting close to their interview, but I think that's it. Grapes, is there anything else that we want to do before we send off the show and let everybody see in a much quieter setting who the player of the game, player of the series is going to be?
I was just going to say, let's bring up our schedule for our last day of games tomorrow in week 4 of the season. Ultra Prime finally get another opportunity to get back into the win column. They'll be playing up against an LGD team that has looked better as of late. And as you mentioned, BLG against Weibo coming up after this. It looks like we do have our player of the game ready soon, so we want to stick around for it. Yeah. I will, in the meantime, give a big shout out to our Elite Coffee supporters, because they've done a lot to help out our channel throughout the last year and a half that we've been running this thing. So a big shout out to Mung and, oh God, I'm messed up. Aaron Soup as well.
He's the GOAT. Come on, man.
He's been here for ages. I got to remember that one next time. That's my bad. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the casting crew, who strive to give you an English LPL product every single time this stream goes live.
Yep.
Alk, it's been a great time. We got more League of Legends here ready tomorrow. Quick reminder for everybody as well. We'll be playing on Tuesday next week, so only one day of a break. So the more LPL happens as the season continues to ramp up. There is Shanks, winning player of the game as expected, and I think that is our cue to exit out of this one for now. On behalf of everybody here on LPL English, our producer Shivam, Alec Battery, all the casters that came before us, and our entire production team, mine has been Grapes. Thank you so much for sticking around with us here on LPL English, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final day of Week 4.